Uh, I think it's live. This is the problem. I don't get an alert if it's live. I'm pretty sure we're live for what day is it? Friday night, Richmond against Essendon watch-along party. No, well, my internet says we're live. There we go. So we'll see how that goes. Welcome everybody. CB in the man cave. In the man cave, watching the game. How are you, buddy?
Very good, thank you, mate. Very good. Excited to be here, and oh boy, if Essendon drop this one with the outs we've got, SEN could be absolutely electric tonight at 11 o'clock. So
yeah,
we've got everything to lose here. It's a free hit for us.
I guess things maybe changed from our perspective once Nankervis was out. How have you felt since hearing that news?
Oh, to be honest, I was backing us in pretty hard for the game, but then once you lose your bookends and your ruckman, the only thing is, I think, as we discussed, the weather probably plays a part for us tonight. So dirty ball, big bodies at Taranto, those lads, I'd expect they're probably going to have a pretty good day. It's just I can't. Can you see the game getting above? Can you see the game getting above 120 points?
Well, combined or for individual team?
Yeah, combined.
I mean, for us to be a chance, we've got to keep them under 80. I think the problem's going to be us trying to score, to be honest, with our inexperienced key forwards. But to your point, if it does get a bit greasy and wet, then that gives them a bit of a chance to bring it to ground. But yeah, we're going to have to try and kick somewhere between 70 and 80 ourselves, which I don't know how that's going to go. Welcome to everybody in chat as well. Skidoosh, Richo, Helena, Noel, Tony. Hope everyone's doing well. But I
can't see any chat or anything, so I do apologise.
If you do want to see any chat, just bring it up on YouTube, CB, and you'll have the little chat thing there. But new layout tonight. I do want to give Mrs. Michaels a shout out for putting together this layout design. She's very, very good on the Canva. Now we've also got a couple of we've picked a little subject each that we can track throughout the night. So CB has gone for Seth Campbell's 16 disposals. That's what he's after. And I've gone.
I thought it was 17.
I think the text, I'll double check. But and I've gone for Sam Banks, 550 metres gained. I'm probably feeling a little bit less confident about it if it's piss and rain, but we'll see how we go. Was Morris sub?
I'll go, Morris is sub. I'll go Seth, 17. I'll go 17 and 2 for Seth.
17 and 2, okay.
Yeah. 17 and 2.
Hang on, I'm just doing something here. Okay, Morris's sub. Interesting. Did you see that one coming, Morris's sub?
No, the one we didn't see, Ben Hobbs' sub for Essendon, which was a surprise.
Yeah, interesting. I think, do they move a defender forward? That's a good question from Declan. With Morris as sub, do we consider moving a defender forward, someone like Brown or Trainer?
No. You've got, actually, I'm curious, do you reckon Lawler starts full forward? I'm going to go to my chair. I'm going to disappear off the screen now, so see you a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll hear the dulcet tones of CB. He'll be sitting in his man cave. You might see the white shirt pop up every now and then. It's a good question.
Just admire the flu and some band posters in the background there, guys. Some Richmond stubby holders and associated stuff.
It's a good question with Lawler playing forward. I think he almost has to, just from a matchup perspective. Like, he's 189, so he's going to draw one of their defenders who's about a similar height. Because Mackay's probably going to go to Jonty or Sims, and then Reed will go to the other one. So we probably need that third tallish target down there to try and capitalise on that. So Julian said it's dry there as well, so that's not helpful.
I tell you where we're spewing. I was thinking if Josh Smiley hadn't pinged the hamstring, you could have almost played Smiley. You could have almost played Smil full forward, changing on the ball with Lawler. Just alternating between on ball and full forward.
Yeah. Or that's what I think will end up happening long term once, Smil's on the deck. But because I just can't see him playing bulk midfield minutes early. Like, it's just not feasible for someone of his size to do that. So that seems to be the way to go. What's
I want
everyone
to see where
chat
Ross
thing? Is everyone
goes.
happy with how the game might pan out? Is everyone holding out hope? I mean, the 5 day break, CB is a bit of an issue as well. We obviously didn't handle it very well last time, but I think that was on the back of multiple 5 day breaks in a row. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how we go this time.
Well, what was it? What, 13 players under 50 games tonight?
That's crazy, isn't it?
I got that right, yeah? Is that
Yeah,
right?
I think it's about that. And then our 3 key forwards, and I'm including Lawler in that, have played 17 games between them. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a very, very interesting dynamic. And I think if we don't change the way we move the ball inside 50, it's going to come undone pretty quickly. Like, we've just got to lower the eyes. Especially if it's not raining, we can't just bomb it in long, because they'll pick it apart.
Mackay will just cut it off. We'll bring him into the game. We've just got a dirty ball it. Our
That's
old
it.
school Damien Hardwick,
Yeah,
old school Dimmer tactics.
just
Just dirty ball it in.
grubber it in. Kano just said, "Is CB going to sit in the dark and tell us scary stories?" Yeah, it's like an old campfire, like a scouts camp.
I could always get the torch and do old ghost face.
Noel says, with the weather, I thought Alga would have been picked. I thought he was close anyway.
Yeah, he's close.
Yeah,
He's close.
look, he probably didn't have the best of games in the VFL last week. I think he still got a goal, but he's got to be close. He's got to be close. How do you think young Campbell Gray is going to go tonight for his second game?
Look, well, we can only go on his work so far this year in both the reserves and resis and ones, and he's been very, very serviceable in both levels. So, I think touch wood, he'll go okay.
Yeah. No, he didn't do a lot wrong in the game he did play. So I suppose I'm holding out hope that he'll do another job for us tonight. Tony's flagged Samson Ryan as someone who needs to have a good game here. I think it's fair to say, CB, that Samson Ryan's going to be the one that has the most eyes on him from a Richmond supporter perspective. Look, I've probably shown a bit of blind faith in Samson Ryan, it must be said. Tonight's the night he needs to show everyone that he can do it.
I think we've got a HIA. We've got an early head injury there. It looks like a young fella who's been involved in the dance on the Essendon side, Indigenous dance, and I think he's been sconned into the back of the head with something. He's not happy.
Oh,
so
really?
Might be a potential HIA there for one of the Indigenous young lads there doing their haka.
I haven't seen that pop up yet.
Yeah, I'm watching on Fox.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The little fella's in tears holding his head, so I'll have to go back. And review the tape.
Jeez. Radar shows not much rain near the city. A shower at most. Okay, so it's probably not going to do what we want it to do. Paulie asks, I wonder when Rioli comes in later, will he play midfield, CB? I think he almost has to.
Look, well, it's one of the things we've discussed with him. Why wouldn't you give him a burst in the midfield? He's got that explosive pace. It's just a 5-minute burst. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't see why that would be an issue. Why they wouldn't try. Same with Campbell. We've been saying the same with Seth Campbell. Give him 5 minutes in there.
Yeah.
And you got nothing to lose.
Like, we see how we use our sub. Like, there's some games where the sub might not come on until 8-10 minutes to go. And it's like, if we do that, I can't see the point in him coming on as a small forward. I think whoever comes on as the sub just needs to be in it at the contest just to try and help get it out of there.
Well, I'll make a pre-game call, depending on how the game is going. They'll almost take off a tall to bring Montreal in. It won't be a small. I'll almost bet EJ's left arm. I won't bet mine, but I'll bet EJ's that they'll take off a Jonty Fall or a Sims to bring on Montreal Junior. They'll take it as it'll get greasier as the night goes on. I reckon a tall will come off, small on.
Yeah,
what do you reckon?
It's interesting. It definitely can't be someone from the back half, but I mean, if they take off a Jonty or a Sims, at least you kind of have in your back pocket that Gray can go forward as well. But then we might be a bit more exposed up in defence, obviously with no Bolter, because they've got 2 metre Peter will be down there, so he's obviously a big unit. Then Nate Caddy as well. Maybe they might back in Broad and Vlosten to take care of Caddy, and Gray could slip forward if we do take off another bigger player. I think you're right,
No, I
though.
think
I
they'll.
think I think
I
you
think
got
they'll
to.
just go. I think they'll just back Lawler. They'll just back Lawler and the resting ruck to play forward. That's all they'll do,
Yeah,
and just have pace around it. But can we just talk about one thing we haven't mentioned yet? How good Nathan Broad, captain, our boy Broady.
yeah. First game, I could have sworn he captained a game at some point. It must obviously mustn't have.
Yeah, no, it's what an inspired choice as captain. Absolutely love it.
Yeah,
Absolutely love that.
when you consider the conversations he had with North Melbourne at the start of the year, the decision he made to stay and all that kind of stuff, and the leadership he's shown, the buy-in that he's had to what we're trying to do, and then him obviously playing a part in trying to, keep players like Taranto and Hopper and all that up and about and staying. Yeah, very, very good choice, and very, very happy that he gets to have
Um,
a crack at it.
Look at the legs. I've got to say, look at the core on Kane McCall. He's just come on the screen. Jesus Christ, he's got absolute tree trunks as legs. He's stronger through the core than I realised, McCall.
He is a
Um,
big unit.
he's got to go to Zach Merritt.
You
He has
reckon?
to go to Zach Merritt. Has to. Put him on Zach Merritt.
Just straight on.
Heard from an Essendon supporter too. They're saying that Zach Merritt's got a small groin issue at the moment, so that's why sort of his numbers have dropped a bit.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
he's not playing
interesting.
100%. So now I've said that he's going to rack up a million, but
Yeah.
I'm just kissed to death this. But yeah, apparently he's carrying a niggle.
Well, Jack, who was on the other night for the behind frenemy lines, had said that Merritt's had a couple of down weeks in a row, so maybe that explains why if he's got a bit of a niggle. But that always
Yeah,
worries me because then it means they're due for a big one, doesn't it?
yeah, correct.
So on
Correct.
my screen, the ceremony's just finished.
So yeah, I've had them. They've done the coin toss and shaken hands and exchanged gifts.
Why is this so out of whack then? Because I'm watching Foxtel
Have you
on.
skipped to live? Have you scrubbed it forward?
I don't know. Have I? Hang on, I might live TV.
So I'm looking at the Richmond huddle. They're just breaking.
Oh, hang on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I must have been stuck behind. I must
There you
have
go.
hit a scrolling button at some stage. Jesus.
Yes, I'm looking at Lawler's on the screen, Hopper's on the screen.
I've got the Essendon boys. I got
Big, yeah, I've got
Merritt.
Big Sexy and Nank on the screen right
Oh,
now.
yes, I'm a couple of seconds behind you. Yeah, Hank and, geez, a couple of big names in the box there. My goodness.
Yeah, yeah. But like I said, it's just for us. For us, it's nothing but opportunity. That's the best thing about this. It's opportunity and experience in a big game for these young guys. So I'm pretty charged for it. I really want them to go well, and I think Taranto's in for a big one tonight too.
And again,
I really do think
it's
he's a
it's a
cracker.
free hit, isn't it? Like all the pressure is absolutely on Essendon as the
Samson Ryan
game
first
is
disposal.
about
He's
to
on the ball.
start. Bang, the ball goes
Oh,
down. Samson Ryan, give him a free kick. Oh, first disposal. Oh, he's going to get
oh,
mowed
he's in
down.
trouble.
Oh, fuck. Oh, not a bad start to get the
Oh,
first inside 50, but we haven't. Oh, Seth Campbell's wrapped him up.
come on. He took him on.
Jeez, that was close. How many steps do you reckon he took there?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He
Oh,
took about 4 or 5 steps there. He's got away with one there.
Samson, another hit to advantage. That look, I know I'm probably getting a bit excited about two minimal things, but him getting a hit to advantage early and a free kick in the middle is a good start at least. What? Didn't they both just bump into each other? Not
Yep.
sure. Not sure they've come to that conclusion.
So Campbell Gray's come into the game, which is nice already. So another one of the young fellas being a touch.
Be good to
I'm trying
see
to hold the
some more
commentary off a couple of
consistency
seconds.
for Campbell Gray. Like I know it's tough for him with like Bolter coming in out of the side, but you can't help but feel that he's going to be one of those guys that's going to excel at AFL level.
Here we go. Timmy time.
Oh, Danny, I know. Big Ange doing some good things. Yeah, crazy that Ange called that he wins trophies in his second year, and here we are. Amazing, amazing boss. Like we
So
talk
early,
about how bad our our eyes were last year for Richmond, well, Tottenham were even worse this year. So the fact they were able to win that was huge.
Richmond's setting up very well outside of defensive 50 currently, which is really good. So we've had a couple of repeat entries.
Yeah, it looks like we're
Which is
trying to
excellent.
free up Broad and or Vlosten to be that spare man behind the ball.
So Campbell Gray's playing on Nate Caddy.
I don't mind that. Two youngsters. Obviously, Nate Caddy's got maybe a year on him. Oh
Oh,
no,
how
as
is that not
Essendon get forward.
How is that not dropping the ball?
Oh,
Gosh,
great tackle. How, yeah, wow. Nick Martin strolls in for an easy goal. Jeez.
even the commentators are saying little unlucky Thompson Dow.
Absolutely. Like he's laid the tackle, he's dropped it cold, and then not paid, not rewarded. First goal to the Bombers, Nick Martin in his new role up forward. That's a shame.
That's just unlucky.
As the replay comes
Let's
up.
have a look. Yeah, I'm watching the replay.
Campbell
now.
Gray probably should have held on to that mark, to be fair, but he's learning.
Mate,
He's
that
learning.
is. Yeah, but that's holding the ball. That is dead
He's
set.
not disposed of it. How was that missed?
I've got it. Hang on.
Yeah, no,
An angry dog.
I don't blame the Richmond fans. They're not being impressed. That's a horrible decision.
Yep.
Like that stuff kills confidence in players and teams. It's so bad.
Correct.
Oh, Ryan's given away. Oh no, he hasn't. Jeez, I thought Ryan palmed Goldstein in the face. Then.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
It's just a flame like you. Yeah. You're doing the right thing defensively. We already saw plenty of criticisms from last night's game, and yeah, nothing.
So Samson Ryan setting up behind the ball, which is great. So I credit to Samson.
Marley.
He started very, very well so far.
The thing with him setting up behind the ball, it's good, but he needs to just make sure that he's impacting the context. Because we've seen a couple of times previously him set up and then an easy marker slip through and things like that. So if he can get that part down pat, because I think that's what people feel like is the big missing piece for him, is his inability to take those marks around the ground and impact the contest that way. That is a shithouse throw in. It's dropped about 8 meters short there.
Yeah. Interesting. So at this, so this is pretty much just forward of the wing for Essendon, and Seth Campbell's pushed up high. So Seth's playing a very high half forward.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I've really enjoyed seeing him get around stoppages a bit more. It gives us a bit more of a different dimension, doesn't it, when there's some stoppages, just a bit of speed. Yeah, Frank Sampson's looking big. He looks like he's battling okay against Goldie. It's early days, but we're liking what we're seeing, which is good. Nice by Sims there. Or Taranto's gone the dangerous kick, and it's just come off from a deflection.
We're pressuring Essendon.
Oh.
The pressure's on. So we're
the thing will be is like how long can we sustain it for? We obviously saw last week we had that 275 pressure quarter. Good interception. Oh, got a hand in there.
that was good. I'll tell you now, the pressure's on. The pressure right now, really, really good. We're just lacking that big marking target up.
Yeah.
It's going to be our headache or
That's it. We have to change our method, don't we? Like we've forced 2 long kicks down the line out in the full in a row, which is great, but we just need to change our method moving forward to make the most of it.
Correct. Correct. So what are we looking at here? Yeah. So our guys
Trainer up forward is
starting outside. Most of our guys are setting up as a defensive at setups.
Yeah. And interesting to see there, I don't know if you noticed it, but Luke Trainer was the one who flew for that ball forward. So he's actually playing as a forward at the moment.
Yeah, don't mind. Well, he's been pretty banged up last couple of weeks too. He's only a young fellow.
And there's a couple. It could be to equalise a number as well. And just he's a 195 centimetres, so it gives us a bit more height down there too. So I don't mind it. That is a shocking kick. Oh, good spoil by the skipper. Yeah, Declan, I don't mind. Oh, Jonty, how has he not got a free there for too high? Do love how Jonty cracks into people.
Yeah, correct. So the call for a couple of early touches as well, which is good.
Well read by Broad. EJ's man, McAuliffe. He needs a goal, doesn't he, CB? He's been trying so hard to get that first goal. He's just
He's
sprayed a
been in good
few.
areas. He's getting in good areas. Oh, Ryan nearly took a great one-hander.
Danny wants to know if we think is Scott on borrowed time. Oh,
Um, oh,
yeah, I don't know. Oh, it stayed in. Oh, too high. Yeah, look, I think Essendon have definitely bought into what Scott's doing, so they're probably got to stick it out, don't they, to be honest? I think all the herd stuff's just bullshit, to be honest. Oh, it's
so
unlucky.
interesting. So, yeah, that's what I just had to hold my tongue. So interesting with the herd stuff. So what I heard from a mate who's got some contacts in the Essendon Coterie groups is all the herd stuff was started by Dodoro. So I think what you find, you know, how it's like sometimes politicians leave a party and they're like bitter ghosts that pop up on media shows and
They
things.
throw some
So whether
grenades.
he's going to be whether he's going to be a bitter old ghost hanging around the hallways of Windy Hill just being an asshole. The comment I read was, you think after getting a $1.5 million payout, you think he'd just FO.
Yeah, 100%. Like, what does he want? Like, honestly,
Oh,
if we're being honest, he was held on there a lot longer than he should have been. Hopper's fought well
correct.
there. Oh, we just got to get numbers. Oh, Banks for meters gained. I don't mind that scrappy kick in from Banks. Like, that's okay. It's
Look,
dirty. But they don't
we
mark it, so it's
but we can set up here, right?
yeah, exactly right. As Declan pointed out, our key forwards have an average age of 18 right now, and they've got about 20 games played between them. So that's unprecedented numbers for key forward. I wouldn't imagine anyone else in the competition would be having anything anywhere near that for their key forwards. Is it
Correct.
just smoke haze there, or is it drizzling rain? It's hard to tell.
Oh, well done. Well done. Lovely defensive spoil by Campbell Gray there on the wing.
Beautiful. That's what you want to see. So, I mean, he holds his own, doesn't he, old Campbell Gray?
It's like Essendon have just got us a couple of times on transition. So we just have to be, I guess, wary of that.
And we'll be a little bit susceptible to that, I guess, with a younger side. It's just one of those learning things, I guess.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, is it going to be 50? Oh,
No, and
Samson's.
that free kick was there too.
Yeah,
That
Samson
free
did
kick
have
was
he
there.
did have his arm around the neck.
Well done, Ben Miller.
Samson's done that a couple of times and he's gotten away with it. Oh, as Ben Miller takes a lot. Oh, and pushes 2 meter Peter aside. See, like all the knocks that Miller cops, he does often shift the big bastards aside to take a mark, doesn't he? Like he's deceivingly strong.
It's just crazy the criticism that he receives.
Oh, kick it! My God.
I tell you now, the umpire is clearly holding the ball. Holding the ball is just not a thing tonight. It's just not.
Oh, geez, a couple of questionable, what were deemed handballs. Oh, go Kane. K-Mac with the yellow headband tonight.
Okay, here we go. We're going to get a message on insufficient intent or not. What's he going to pay? Oh, he's dinged him. Here we go. Here we go.
For what? The
Funny.
deliberate out of bounds?
Yeah.
Oh, that's stiff. Do you reckon those kind of decisions set the tone for the night for both
That's
teams?
what I want. Yeah. That's what I wonder. I wonder if that was
It's like if we just
that's what I wondered.
yeah, if we just set
Now Caco's encroached. Watch this. Caco is encroached about half a metre on the mark there and not got pulled back.
heaps heaps fought. Oh dear. Remember when Shea Bolton got pinged for that?
Yep.
Sniper, it's not a flash game at the moment, but similar to last week, though, it was kind of a scrappy affair. But look, unfortunately, when we're in this phase of the footy that we're in, we kind of need to do what we have to do to keep ourselves in games. And if it means being really contested and really scrappy, then it is what it is, I guess. Good
Mate,
kick, Luke Trainer.
Luke Trainer's a forward. The kid can do it all.
Well, he actually kicked a winning goal for Vic Metro in the under or country, whichever one he was in the under 18s carnival. He went forward late and kicked a goal. So playing forward isn't unfamiliar for him. He's played forward, midfield, or wing and defence. So he does know how to do it, which is good.
No way. No way. No way. Oh my God. Tim Toretto.
Oh, Timmy T.
All day.
Timmy T. Oh, no, stop it. He doesn't even believe he's kicked it. He's looking at the scoreboard. He wants to have a look at it. He doesn't realise.
Let's just ask the question. Was that an attempted drop punt?
I mean, it was a pass at the top of the goal square, wasn't it? He's gotten shoved at the same time. Let's have a look at this again. What a goal from Timmy.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
He's trying to take the... He's meant that. I reckon he's meant that.
He will never kick that again in his life. No. That's amazing.
He could try that 100 times, and that's the only one that's going to go in. Like, your body's going the wrong way to then get the hook of the ball. That's a great camera shot. That's a good goal. the look on his face is priceless.
mate, can't be any more than the look on my face.
I tell you who'd be most upset by that. I reckon Hugo Ralsmith would be filthy, trying to rob him of goal of the year. Because we've got Sims in ruck against 2 metre Peter.
So Miller's got Laverde. Oh, not sure about that.
Langford for Miller's on Langford. Gee, that's a big handball for Miller. Boys. Jesus Christ.
When in doubt.
Oh, Cappy, that is a dangerous handball, but it worked.
Oh.
John T. Oh, Miller almost with the spoil.
So the worry we've got here is 2 metre Peter. 2 metre Peter was down there unmarked, and Miller was taking the mark.
That's right. And it's weird because sometimes we'll see, like when Bolter's playing and he's up manning the mark, you'll often see players like wave him down the ground essentially to get him down to the matchup. I think we need to be a bit smarter and do that here. Because we're lacking that extra tool, you don't want to have your key fullback not deep where the ball's going to be kicked to. It just puts us under a heap of unnecessary pressure.
Oh,
jeez. Oh,
I just don't know I just don't know what we had ahead of the ball then for Seth Campbell to make that kick.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Ross go a little bit harder at that contest.
Yeah, the tackle, missing the tackle, you know. Cappy hot. Oh, no.
Oh. Jonty Falls had an okay start, just in terms of his presence. He's made a couple of nice passes. Oh, Essendon with the inside 50.
Thanks for that.
Oh, get rid of it, Sims.
Banks got done. Didn't get done, but like I think there's a free kick there.
100%. Jeez, that's unlucky for Banks not to get that.
Yeah, I concur.
Dabo, I agree. I think they're playing well. There was honestly a part of me that thought we maybe wouldn't have stood up early, just on the back of we had that big game against North Melbourne and then the 5-day turnaround and shit like that. But so far, it's almost a throw from Caddy. So far they're doing okay. They're doing okay. It's a long game though.
Apologies for all the noise in the background there too, guys. I'm just putting a log on the fire.
Oh, very nice. Log on the fire. Great kick, Vlosten. How's that? You don't go to the pocket and look where the ball ends up.
What were you just saying?
What's that?
Don't go to the pocket.
Oh, I meant for more the kick out. We don't go to the middle of the pocket.
We went to the pocket and got cut off.
I read that. fairly well. Yeah, I'm not sure, Hoops. I asked that before too. Like, it looks like it's raining, but I'm not sure if it's just smoke from the ceremony. But the
Mate,
ball
Captain
seems to
Broad.
be sliding around a little bit. So if it's wet weather
Captain
football, you
Broad.
just got to get it forward as Seth Campbell takes a lovely mark from a Captain Broad kick, as you said, CB. 45 indoor, inside kick. That's what you want to see. Get it out wide. Jack Ross, go. We've got
Oh, that's
one-on-ones.
just. We just absolutely effed that up.
What a
We had a three
waste
on
of an
three
entry.
ahead. Three on three. Back them in. They're there for a reason.
And that's what annoys me. Like when we when we get it at those parts of the ground, you've got to just you got to just get it in there to your forwards and give them a chance. Especially these young guys, they're not going to be able to handle the outnumbered situation as well as Tom Lynch can. So give them the chance to try and win it 1-on-1. And worst case, it gets brought to ground. As that was a shit
So what
house
are we saying?
kick.
Are we backing him in? Are we backing Cappy in or not?
I think so. I think we'll back Cappy in.
I'm backing Cappy.
I'd feel
5-2 this season.
I'd feel better if it was a black headband, but I know it can't be because of the uniform regulations. Beautiful designed Sharon there. Cappy strolls in. Oh God, he's absolutely munged it.
Yeah, I couldn't comment. So clearly it's greasy out there. I mean, Canada's not an excellent such spot, so.
Jesus.
Oh, goodness.
Now, before any
Back to you,
commentators try to say that the yellow balls are more slippery than the red, categorically not true. It's the same finish on the ball. It appears more slippery because it's played in conditions like this when it's actually wet and dewy. There you go. There's a bit of a ball fact for you.
Oh, damn you, Cappy. That would have been magnificent. For all the work we've done to hit the front.
Yeah. There were some interesting comments made today from Cal Toomey that the draft doesn't seem to be as deep or as talented as it was last year. So then it starts to raise the question, could some trades start to happen potentially? Oh, Smith, you've got to spoil that. If you're going to go for that spoil, you've got to actually hit it.
That's all right. You'll be able to breathe. Breathe easy.
Oh, my man, Dow.
Yeah.
Jesus, Floston's handballed at the best part of 20 metres, I reckon. That could have been paid a mark.
Captain Broad. So this is the problem. So we're actually controlling the ball quite well. We're moving the ball quite well around the ground. It's just the forwards this is going to be a headache all night, his forward line.
Yeah. You're right. We're structuring up well. We just seem lost going inside, which is 50, which is understandable given what we're dealing with here. But you just don't want it to be one of those games where we generate 50, 55 inside 50s, but can't kick a score.
But it could be that. It actually could be that game, and we're just going to have to accept it.
As long as the same thing's happening to them too. Like if we can still equalise defensively and make it difficult for them, then you can kind of get away with it.
Sims gets done for this.
But what's the difference between that and what happened down the other end? That's shit. That's what causes the frustration. Dow, doesn't get rewarded for the exact same thing. You can't let Merritt on the fat side of the ground like that be able to run.
Oh, well done, Hugo. Lovely cut off. I'll tell you what. Currently, and I say currently, looks like we're a little bit cleaner with the ball. We're handling it a bit better.
Great mark again from Trainer. Yeah, good call. Good call.
Here we go.
He's got good hands and good vision, Trainer. He is scarily good.
How does Mansell... Wait till you see this passage you play with Mansell, how that is not manhandling off the ball.
Jeez, he's asked about it. No love. We cop it rough sometimes, don't we?
I'm just saying, I just don't get it.
Welcome, Michelle. Michelle's just said, thank heavens you guys are live chatting. The Fox footy team are killing me with their RFC negativity. No, we can't be having that. Jesus. What are they being negative about?
I was going to say it's 7-2. It's 7-6, mate. We're not. There's two teams out there.
Yeah, and like
Fair
you
play
said,
to them. I
Seabed,
don't
we're
think
probably playing the better football. We just don't have the forward experience to execute and complete the transaction. 50. Hey.
Campbell should have a shot. He should quarterback this. If only to Jaden Short. Here we go. Here we go, Hopper. Oh, Dennis.
Oh, yep, sidesteps him on the inside.
It was the right move. It was the right move to have a quarterback option. That was clever.
Declan says Brown's defensive game has improved scarily this year. It's definitely something you can tell he's worked on. I mean, if he's going to play that back role, like it's one thing for him to have a good weapon from a kicking standpoint, but he's got to be able to do the defensive things as well. Otherwise, he just becomes, I was going to say Boston, Jesus. Otherwise, you can't have sort of him and Short doing offensive and no defensive. So it's been a good string to his bow. Get it in there, Vlosten.
I say Kako's getting a bit of it at the moment.
He's a good player, Kako, isn't he? So even he's pushing up higher, isn't he, to try and... So like him doing that, that's kind of what I vision for Morris Rioli.
Lucky, Brown. Brown is just lasered. Beautiful skills. We're just talking about his kick and just get ready for that. And can we just say, too, we didn't talk about it before, how good was the 1-2 play by Hugo to run 50 metres down the ground and get on the other end of it?
Yes. And this is the thing, like I know people are a little bit torn on Hugo with sometimes his skill, but similar to McIntosh, though, his work rate, CB, is what is like extremely beneficial and underrated. It's what he does often without the ball.
Yep.
Oh, Samson Ryan gets the handball out. Oh, unlucky. Didn't mind that from Ryan. Like he didn't lose the marking contest and then actually got a good disposal away.
We probably got a little bit lucky there with one in the back there.
Banks.
I'll say. So there's one that's gone the other.
Yeah, I reckon that was a little bit lucky.
Yeah. Oh. First one was quite delicious.
That was a good smother, actually, from Setterfield, unfortunately.
Dennis.
Trent, did I just see Adam Uze? Yes.
Blow the siren. We're in front. Blow the siren.
Mansell. Oh. They're peppering.
They blow the siren. That's it. Game over. Give us points.
15 inside 50s. They just said that we've had, but it's we're just not getting the reward. And this is where it gets frustrating because we'll have all this territory dominance and possession dominance and everything like that, and then they'll go down really quickly and kick a pissant goal that will hurt.
We'll keep in mind though too. As you were saying, I mean, the reality is though too, we've started better than last week. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least we can agree on that. So we showed a lot more intent. Jeez, Hugo just got outbodied by a debutant.
Yeah,
he looks like he's 12.
He did. He just got outbodied massively then.
The work experience kid.
Very disappointing. But like, see how quickly they got that ball inside 52, the one-on-one, to give that a chance to happen? We don't do that. We hold it up for another 25 seconds and everyone gets behind the ball. That's the type of ball I want to see us put in to give our guys a chance to do that.
But that was the thing with Seth earlier had that chance when it was three on, it was three matchups, 3-on-3. Give him a chance.
Yeah.
And then he tries some banana thing that goes out in the full. And that's the kick that we just got to back him in.
Because it puts the defense under immediate pressure and it can cause them to do something they don't want to do by giving away a free kick with a hold or a push or whatever it might be. I just think we rob ourselves of those types of opportunities at times.
Yeah, red time goal too. Disappointing.
We're the kings of that, the red time goal. We love it.
Yeah, life, death, taxes, red time goal.
I think I put a tweet out too that, is it Sir Swamp Thing? Asking, are we the leaders in red time goal? But he never got back to us. Maybe it's too big of a stat to try and look into, but we would have to be up there. It just seems to happen on the weekly. Damn,
Yeah.
gave his debut on his first goal. Well done to the kid, but we should have done a little bit better there. Minute 25 to go. Oh, Jesus. Caleb Smith's looked okay early days.
Oh, they didn't communicate. Ross didn't communicate with Sims there.
Yeah, one of them had to go for it.
We're pushing them back. I tell you, defensively, we're pushing them back. Ah,
Oh, it's bobbling around. Oh, jeez, even that tackle from Seth Campbell, very close. Oh, we've let him out here with the switch. 43 seconds.
like I said, that last goal was disappointing. However, I think it's just going to be an ugly game. Set yourself in for just a scrap.
That's okay, though. If that keeps us in the contest and we can manufacture a chance to try and win it, then so be it. Like, it is what it is. You're just going to make sure we hold on here in the last 15 seconds. Hoops, so you might need to stop blasting inside 50. I know we're kind of, in a lot of ways, we're on like autopilot and just programmed to do that, aren't we? But it just doesn't work when you don't have the experience crashing packs. That's why I kind of wanted, Jacob Blight in there. I thought he could do a good job down there to run and jump at the ball and take the contest. But
Out of the loop, Baxton.
That's right. Quarter time. Oh, Camden McIntosh had to leave the ground. Quarter time done though, and it's 1-2-8 to 2-1-13. Definitely not the worst, Declan. We definitely competed well. Look, could have been worse, but it also could have been miles better too. Like, we actually had quite a bit of the ball inside 50, but we just couldn't find a way to kick a score, sadly. Looking at the disposals, we've got Ben Miller is leading the way for Richmond on 8. He's also had 4 marks. He's been doing some pretty good work, intercept marking down there. But in totality, the best players on the ground disposal-wise so far, the top, 2, 4, so the top 6 are all Essendon. Archie Roberts on 10, McGrath 10, Durham 10, Merritt 9, Nick Martin 9, Dersman 9. So, look, if I'm Uze, there's maybe mild alarm bells ring when you see McGrath, Durham and Martin and Merritt all with 9 and 10 disposals each. Like, you don't want their prime ball movers getting that much footy. So in that sense, we're still doing well to be where we are. Nathan Broad on 8, Taranto 7, Hugo Ralsmith 7, McCall 6, Brown 6, Sam Banks 6. So CB needs Seth Campbell for 16. He's on 4 at the moment, and I need Sam Banks to lead the meters, or to get 550 meters gained. He's at 157. It's we're tracking. Well, CB's tracking better than I am. George. Oh, look, it's a rough first quarter, but I think it's a bit greasy. So I'm not going to hold the skill level of the players to full account there, because the conditions play a part. But you look at players like Luke Traynor, who are making the game look really clean with some nice marks, some good passes. Tom Brown, some good passes. But I think we have to prepare ourselves for the fact that it will be a scrappy affair, and the skills won't be as clean as we might like to see from a visual perspective. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a dirty night, I think, in that sense. Kano, you're not sure what the go with Blight was? I thought he played okay last week. I don't mind Campbell Gray being in either, so I don't at all think that he didn't deserve it. I'm okay with that. I still thought there could have been a spot for Blight up forward potentially, but I might be on my lonesome with that. Michelle's done with Fox, Dunstall, Brown and Waitley. Fair enough. Hoops, their leading disposals 120 to 99. Yeah, I think they kind of racked it up a bit at the end there by getting some handballs out. Inside 50s, we're 14 apiece, but we're just not making the most of it, unfortunately. Clearances, we're still getting beaten 11 to 5, and like we've always spoken about, that's definitely a part of our game we need to lift and improve. Centre clearances, we're down 3 to 1, so need to fix that up as well. Marks, we're winning 20 to 33. Marks inside 50, it's going to be a tough night. In a lot of ways, it could be the team who can somehow manufacture the most marks inside 50 is going to be the best position to win. So that's 1 apiece. Tackles, we had 11 tackles, 2 tackles inside 50. And it's look, like I said, it's going to be a bit of a scrappy affair. So definitely brace yourselves for that, folks. Samson Ryan, 5 disposals, 7 hitouts, 2 clearances. Look, I thought he handled himself well for the start of that game. Obviously, we've still got 3 quarters to go, but I don't think he's done too much wrong there, old Samson Ryan. Roy Dingo, 2 efforts from Ross, not good enough, needs to go hard at the ball. There was definitely one in the middle of the ground where I felt he should have cracked into the contest harder when he was running against the flight of the ball. What I sometimes maybe forget and don't take into consideration is that it must be really difficult as a player these days in those situations to run flat out at the ball when you're going against the flight of it, when you see how many players are getting suspended if they make contact. So I actually, in some way, sympathise with players having to make that decision because they pull out of the contest and don't crack in hard like we want them to, and we probably judge them harshly because of it. But from their point of view, if it goes mildly wrong, even though their intention is to get the football, they end up sitting out for 4 weeks. So I can kind of understand it from both perspectives, to be honest. It just, as a supporter, you want to see him go in harder, but I can get it. Lawler into the middle, please. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many minutes he plays on the ground and then slash what his CBAs are. Not going to the game tomorrow night, Cap, but I'll probably be doing another live tomorrow night for the VFL game for anyone who's keen to watch along. Kid Shreen, agree, mate. Samson Ryan's been good. I don't think you could fault what he's done. He's broken up some contests, got some good handballs out to players in space, won his share of ruck contests. He's been good. Grocko, hey buddy, would be up if they paid holding the ball. Yeah, that was a bit annoying. That's we didn't get the holding the ball call, but CB's left my call. Yeah, right, guys. I did hear they said that McIntosh went off. I'm not actually sure what's wrong with him though.
There we go.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, got you there.
Yeah.
How are you, Jasper? Hopefully the Tigers win. It's a bit of a seesawing affair, though. Yeah, Dillison, definitely. It's going to be a scrappy game disposal-wise. Like, I definitely wouldn't be expecting clean passages and clean ball movement from both sides, given the conditions. We might see it every now and then, but like I said, I think if you look at how good our young players have handled it, like Luke Traynor playing up forward and things like that, doing well. Here's a Cappy injury. What's happened here? Tweaks the ankle in a marking contest.
Oh, Cappy, no. That's no good. Strap him up. He'll be all right.
Yeah, Danny, Ryan.
So foot rolled his ankle.
Yeah. Ryan's definitely a number 1 ruck. Agree. He's not a forward ruck. He has to be a ruck. And in a lot of ways for him, it's just a little bit unfortunate for him that Nank's obviously the main man ahead of him and won't be going anywhere anytime soon, I guess. Miller's been good. Michelle, agree. So,
has anyone seen Lawler spend any time in the middle yet?
No, we were just saying that. They would love to see him in there. He's just run the full forward again, so it won't be anytime soon. But I think maybe his game's changed a little bit with the makeup of our side, but you'd love to see him in the guts a little bit. Agree. Right, Tom Brown has been good. He's just a lovely kick of the ball, isn't he, Tom Brown? Oh, the giraffe. Sockers it forward.
Oh, boy. We just spoke about him.
EJ's man. Oh, we've just... Has he paid the mark?
We literally... Yeah.
Don't turn it over, boys. This is where I get a bit on edge. When someone takes a mark or gets a free kick and then we go to push and shove, it's like, don't turn it over. Just fucking let it go.
How good is the strength on this kid?
And like we've said, it's the worst we're going to see him, and he's doing shit like that. And I know we've deliberately avoided the dusty comparisons, but geez, that's eerily similar to something that the great man would have done. Hopefully he can convert his chance here, Sam Lawler. Kicks truly. Samuel Lawler, first goal of the second quarter. We're wondering where he was, and he was just wandering at the top of the goal square and used his brute strength to take a great mark and goal.
Can we just talk about Kane McAuliffe there? Just the way a left footer in your midfield changes up the dynamic. So we were able to bring that ball back through the middle.
Yeah.
Instead of having a right, like he's been able to kick on his natural side and actually hit the player beautifully.
It's a good
that was
call.
A right footer. He was never getting that. He was never getting that service.
And now that you sort of mentioned it, it now gives us the ability to have people set up either side of the stoppage. So we've actually got outlets on both sides on their competent foot. I'm not sure if we maybe
That's
haven't
what they
done it in the
wanted.
past, but I think it's a good thing to have people who can kick on that foot out in the right spot. But that's
But that's what they wanted. That's why they want Chazos on the wing as well.
yeah, exactly. That's a great
Right.
mark.
Okay,
Honestly,
another
the
question.
composure and the strength to do that is so good.
Can anyone give us a VFL update?
VFL's
Obviously,
tomorrow.
we've got Is it?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
VFL tonight?
No, we're tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, so we're doing a live for that if you
Right.
want to jump on again.
Yeah, no. Samson Ryan, clever.
Mortal Wombats asked, do we have an official nickname for Lawler yet? I mean, the obvious one, Snags, but I don't think that's going to stick. Samson Ryan with a mark.
Dusty. No.
Oh, that's a little bit disappointing from Jonty there to let Mackay take that mark. That's what we have to avoid. We can't let him take easy, uncontested marks like that. Bring that shit to ground.
At least bring it to ground.
Yeah, that's it. You just got to compete. Andy McGrath.
I gotta say, Hugo's playing a beautiful running game.
He's got good wheels, doesn't he, Hugo?
His running patterns are getting so much better game by game. And so this is the origin with Hugo. He's one of the few 50 gamers we got out there. So he and you can see the difference in his running patterns compared to the young blokes.
Yeah.
So,
And like, again, I think we just take the good with the bad. We take his high work rate and his speed, and then sometimes he might have the odd blue with the ball, but all players are going to have skill errors, so it's not the end of the world, I guess. Oh, Dow, nice little handball.
Johnson just tried to move there that was on. Watch his little trick here. There's a guy running past.
He tapped it. Yeah.
Clever. He's tried to tap that into the corridor. But yeah, obviously he was a bit friendless. But clever. Big blokes thinking like that, really good.
I think that it almost seems to be a bit of a common trend with the big guys we drafted that I think at certain points in time they were midfielders because they kick like midfielders. They've got footy IQ. They're not just lumbering forwards. Steely had to go there.
Come on, Hugo.
He had to go.
Come on, Hugo. Oh.
The mullet's flapping in the breeze from Hugo. Snap around the body. Misses.
If we could just get one of these through and just start getting that nearly 2-goal buffer.
This is what we were saying on Monday night, though, weren't we? That we got to try and get the scoreboard pressure. It's all good and well to pressure in every other facet of the game, but if you don't hit the scoreboard, and because realistically, if we can hit a couple of those and put scoreboard pressure on them, they're likely to shit themselves a little bit because the pressure is already on them externally.
Correct. This is right now. There'd be rumblings around the ground, and there'd be rumblings in coded groups, etc.
Because
they'd be furious.
Like, if we're being realistic, at this moment in time in this quarter, we're all over them. We just can't convert.
We can just get that one more goal, get a bit more, what do I say, nourishment? Scoreboard nourishment?
Yeah, it just, a couple of those get converted to goals and you're laughing. Samson Ryan definitely competing well. He's doing exactly what you would hope that he would be doing.
Yeah, and like I said, and Goldstein's a monster unit.
As is Peter Wright. Like, he's on Peter Wright at the moment, who's obviously 2 metre Peter for a reason.
Oh.
And we've got to remember, and I'm not at all making excuses for Samson because he's doing a good job, but he's obviously coming off no footy in 3 weeks as well.
Yep. Thompson Dow, beautiful attack there. Beautiful. Well done.
That's the part of his game he's improved. He wasn't doing that last year. He was obviously doing a little bit of a number one midfielder role last year, but no, that was good from Dow.
Jack Ross, touch off tonight.
I reckon read through that just quietly. Got to pressure him, boys. Got to pressure him. Oh, don't let Merritt get away. Oh, Brody, don't give away the free kick. Jesus.
I thought it was almost front on contact to Brody, actually. Or maybe I need to take my eye patch off, do I?
Michelle just said they hold Lawler all the time. Teams are scared of him. Agree. like, he's already demanding a strong matchup. That's disappointing to kick that one out in the full.
To be fair, they should be scared of him, shouldn't they?
Yeah, and I think we all even saw that sign in the West Coast practice match, didn't we? Just how dangerous he was getting himself in the right spots. Oh, he's put it between two of them. 2 meter Peters just stood there and marked it. Got a bit of work to do. Oh.
Hang on. Has he held it?
Wow, they've paid it.
What's happened here?
That's the new kid again.
Actually, he's held that. He's actually held that between his legs.
Oh, he has.
It's unlucky.
Yeah. That's disappointing on two fronts. Disappointing that Peter Wright was able to take that mark between two Tigers, and disappointing we couldn't kill that. This is what I mean. We've had all the play this quarter, and we've kicked like all these behinds and have nothing to show for it, and they just go down and get an easy goal to retake the lead.
Having said that, they've got that in quickly, and that was a 3-on-3 matchup. There was no time for a spare to get back. Have a look. There's no spare for us there. That's all 3-on-3 to kill a contest.
Yeah.
Whereas we're a bit slower, and Essendon needs to be able to get that extra man back.
Still, though, like, I know Hugo's doing a lot of good things, but he shouldn't be getting out-muscled by a kid in his first game. Because they've now found a good way to exploit him by trying to drag him deep and expose him. Like, you'd be kicking it to this kid all the time at this rate. He's outmarked him twice.
Yep. How's that not retracted?
So they have to find a way to answer that. Oh, Ryan just got poleaxed afterwards as well. And then they've been able to break away from the clearance. Gee, that's annoying, isn't it? Oh, good mark, Caleb Smith.
Lovely mark by Smith, though. Yeah.
I've got high hopes for Caleb Smith.
I'll tell you something. McAuliffe he's showing a bit at the moment.
I think it's relevant to his form in the VFL, though, isn't it? I mean, he's been doing really good at VFL football, and he's obviously translating it to AFL football, which is nice because it doesn't always happen.
Oh, that's bullshit. Dersma's taking a dive there. Wait till you see the slow mo. Dersma took a dive trying to get a cheapie. You weak prick on a fifth gamer.
Seth Campbell with the clearance. That's why I like him at the stoppage. And that's why I want to see him in the midfield. Oh, Dow. Yeah, I think K-Mac is back on the field, Mortal.
He was just in a centre bounce contest before.
I think they said he's looking a bit proppy, though, so I'm not sure. Oh, good spoil, Campbell Gray. I'm not sure if he got like a jab or something to re-strap, whatever they do. He's juggled that over. Oh, okay. No,
That's how he's been done for holding the ball there. He can't be getting done for holding the ball there. That is terrible. He literally got grabbed as he had it. Hugo?
Oh, my God. And then Martin socketed it in midair. Fucking hell.
How's that a free kick against Hugo?
I reckon he was grabbed high in 2 of those tackles as well before they paid the holding the ball. Gee, he's had a bit of a stinky couple of minutes, though, hasn't he?
But that's unlucky. You can't watch. Just watch. Let's just see how quick it landed in his lap. Bang! He's tackled straight away, and he shrugged the tackle.
So there's no prior there. I guess it's the second one. But did they get him high on the first? I don't know. Jeez, and it just falls to the foot of Martin. That's very lucky.
Oh, well. Unlucky, but look, what do you do?
Gosh. Yeah, I reckon.
K-Max on the ball.
Okay, so we've got 13:43 left. The ball's about to be bounced in the middle. I think we need to find or shuffle Ralph Smith around, don't we, to not have him as exposed. As McAuliffe was probably held there.
But unless his opponent, he's starting on a wing and his opponent's dragging him back deep, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But do we then need to find a way to reshuffle the deck chair so he doesn't find himself in that spot like he's just been done
Nice.
3 times so
Jonty,
far?
Jonty's taking a nice mark.
Sliding grab. Have a shot, Jonty. You almost kicked that.
Oh, trainer. Holy shit.
Did we just
Train.
take a little bit too long? Oh.
And he's just landed a bit rough. He's limping a bit.
But again, like, I wouldn't have minded that kick go in that little bit quicker. Touch,
Yeah,
play
correct.
on. Play on, Miller. No one's heard it. Gosh.
Hang on. Here we go. Now Mansell's going to have a fight.
Who's got the free kick?
I'm not sure. I keep seeing replay. Yeah, it should be a free kick to fall. He's got the push in the back. He has got it too. Jonty's having a shot.
I'm glad 3 people ran over to Mansell and told him to calm the hell down. Because I don't mind Mansell playing near the edge, but you don't. And I know he hasn't here, but you don't want to get free kicks reversed or give away unnecessary free kicks.
Yeah. Come on, Jonty.
See, what I like about that,
2-6.
what I like about that from Jonty in that contest is that he didn't dive forward. Like, he didn't accentuate the contact. He actually just still tried to mark the ball. As big Jonty goes back. Oh, is it holding its line? It's held its line. It's home. Jonty fall on the board. The big man.
Well, we needed that.
We
That just
definitely
broke their
did.
run, so-
Yeah, it seems like we are a little... I don't know how we're so far behind, Kane. I've got no idea. Like, I haven't hit pause or nothing. I'm just watching it on Foxtel Go on the internet. I'm not sure why it's so far behind.
It's just everything's a bit quicker in the country.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah. But seeing that replay, like I said, I love how he didn't dive forward. He still tried to mark the footy. Grok, there you are, your boy.
Again, right? Good boy, Jonty.
So I'll tell you all when the ball's about to be bounced for me to restart play, so you can see Brian's in Scotland. Takes light years to get here from Oz. Welcome, Brian, from Scotland. What part of Scotland are you in? Are you an expat or are you a native-born Scot and you're following the Tigers? So the ball still hasn't been bounced yet on my screen, so I'm guessing a lot of you, there you go, just went up then. So you're probably about 30 seconds ahead.
Your boy Banks has got some meters again, mate, just so you know.
No, that's what we like. Is what am I targeting? 550.
Beautiful. Johnny Fall. Just a good to Sims. Bad luck. But again, the big blokes are starting to work. They're starting to work it out.
Yeah. Oh, there's in the spare back there though. Kano, you're in Perth seeing it before us? Yeah, I know. CB's in the dark because he's got his robe on. No, he's got the fire going and he's just sitting on the couch watching the game.
Yeah, well, like I said, she's just it's going to be an ugly game all day, isn't it?
It will
what
be.
We're seeing here, we can strap in for 4 quarters.
Yeah, it will be ugly. Hoops, good call. Loving that Lawler is pulling the boys together and talking good leadership. I think I heard someone during the week say that he's got like good leadership traits like that. So it is good to see. Like the fact he feels confident and comfortable enough to do that as well. And I suppose because a lot of the team's so young that maybe that allows you to feel a bit more comfortable to do that potentially.
I reckon we're cool. I reckon we're downfielder here. Or was the sun throwing?
Brian, are you in Glasgow? Nice.
The same.
Danny's listening from Abu Dhabi. Jeez, we're globally being tuned into here. Screw the AFL.
Here we go. We literally decided to do this afternoon, guys, for the record. This wasn't planned. We just thought we'd do it. Oh.
Good to see McIntosh still out there.
Pressure's good. I tell you now, the pressure's good. The boys have lifted, or to quote the old Dimmerism, I think there's a bit of raise the fight going right now.
Raise the fight. They haven't had that for a while. Jesus. So I'm at 11 minutes and 2 seconds. The stoppage with Mantle's just happened for anyone wanting to know how far behind we are. Oh, Brian's at a pub in the morning. Lovely morning. Very nice.
Get it out.
What I like is we're seemingly running in numbers here. Is Steely Green gets one inside 50 to a 2-on-1. If that goes out of bounds, it's not the worst result in the world.
You know what I want to do? I just want to see if we could empty the forward line out and do the old school one-on-one law, like what we used to do with Dusty.
Just put
Just
him in
do
the goal
Lawler
square.
versus opponent one-on-one and just put him in the goal square, just give him 25, 30 metres of space and just watch the defender shit his pants. That's what I want
100%.
to see.
No, Kano, I'm all with you, Kano. It's bloody frustrating being that far behind because I get excited seeing comments pop up. I'm trying not to read them so I can see what happens. I just don't know how to fix it. Like, I truthfully don't know how to. I don't think there's a way to do it, really.
Oh, my God.
It's just, it is what it is, I think. Jack Ross fires the handball out. Steely Green. That's shit. Why wouldn't you just drop punt it from there? It's greasy. Just.
Yeah, he could have done. He could have actually scrubbed it. Just actually just grubbed it forward.
Yeah, true. 11:40 a.m. over in Glasgow. Nice. How long have you been over in Scotland for? Kane, you're direct on satellite. You've got the cheat code. Jeez.
Nice.
This is where, like, I'd obviously love to be able to just show the broadcast on the stream. Obviously, we can't for copyright purposes. It'd be so nice if the AFL allowed that to happen. Because I actually asked directly, and they said, no, we can't let you do that. KO's closed.
Well, they do pay for the rights.
Yeah, I get it. It's a
for it.
business end of the day. I'm like, can you just make an exception for this small Tiger Cast channel for us?
We're just little. We're just little.
And Mortal Wombat, that's a good point too, that YouTube might put an even further delay on things as well. That's a very good point.
That's true.
And like when you're talking about live sport, it only has to be a matter of a half a second or a second, and it's all. But you know what? We're all here, we're all having fun, watching the Tigers.
Let me tell you something. Sims is doing some good work. Sims is doing some really good work. That's a silly handball. Jesus Christ, we just sold Floston out big time there. It's going to cost them the goal too, I reckon.
Oh. Yeah, we probably could have just kicked it forward then.
Correct. Again, meterage. It's wet. Meterage.
That's it. It's as much as the skills cop a bit of a hit when it comes to games like this, it almost becomes a simpler game in a lot of ways, doesn't it? Because it's just get the thing forward. Right. Even if you mongrel it, like we've sort of talked about a few times, it doesn't have to be pretty. You just got to get it into the right areas and give yourselves a chance. Great tackle, Kane McAuliffe. Yeah, Nate Caddy. Was it missed? Yeah, he's missed.
Jeez, I like McAuliffe. So this is the problem we've got, right? And it is showing time in forward half again, 70% to 30%, and yet we're still 3 points down.
Yeah.
So that's a concern. We've got to work it out, right? But I'd rather have it in there than not, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. If it's down our end, it means they can't score. But yeah, you want to get reward for effort, don't you?
But my question, really clever. Really good progression here by the boys.
Nice little handball from Dow. Inside kick. We love seeing that. Uze's promised that at the start of the year. Another inside kick. Is that Samson Riney did that? Jesus. See, this is where we got to go. Now they've got time to get numbers back.
We have just, honest to God, we have just taken 40 years.
It's too long. It's too long.
Oh, hey, the mark. Oh, Simsy.
Like he's waited to handball it to Brown. He's put it to the same spot that Seth Campbell would have kicked it to 30 seconds earlier. Just get the thing in. Give us a chance.
Back him in.
And if you lose the one-on-one contest, shit happens. Just give us a better chance. Brian, he's a Scottish native. Friend in Adelaide. He's in Glenelg and a Richmond fan. Very good. Tackles are definitely better this week, Michelle. I agree. I think it probably stemmed from last week. I think we mentioned it on the show that we had heard that training was really intense in the week of the North Melbourne game in terms of pressure and tackling, like a lot of boys getting battered and not liking it. So I think there's been a real shift in focus for tackling, which has been good.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, Bombers have worked this out. Bombers have worked this out really well.
Oh, Hugo just about nailed him then.
Yeah, we were just about there.
7:40 left. Mansell, don't do anything stupid, please. Mortal Wombats just said Langford is off injured for the Bombers. I did see him grab at his groin earlier after that earlier contest.
I reckon he's got a cork. Oh, he copped a hit, so I just reckon it might be a knock. But well done, Tommy Brown.
I was
I'll tell
thinking
you
about
what,
this the other
Cubs
day.
Are learning.
Oh,
Cubs are learning through transition.
Yes.
Oh, Hugo Rouse-Smith, take a bow. Wait till you see this piece of play. Hugo Rouse-Smith, take a bow.
Kicks it in long. Hits the... Jeez, he's kicked that about 65 metres, Hugo. The old mullet waving in the wind with a bit of water through it. Look at it go. That's a great goal. Well done, Hugo. Look, if we're being honest, DP, you're probably hinting at this as well with your comment. But he kind of owed us one, I reckon. Maybe two, but he definitely owed us one. So that is good redemption. I agree.
But how's our setup? The kids, we've hit about 4 passes in the middle now, haven't we? We're taking the risk and we're actually starting to execute the kicks.
In the wet as well, like it's risk versus reward. And I would much rather see us take those kicks, and if we botch it, then so be it, but at least have a crack at it. Grok said, questionable ball movement, like doing our young forwards no favours by going slow, 100%. Like,
yep.
You've got to give Sims and Fall the chance, and Lawler the chance one out to take a contested mark and not let Goldstein and whoever else get behind the ball. Like, we've just got to pull the trigger quicker.
Hobbs is starting to warm up too.
Oh, so Langford could be in trouble. Quick ball movement going through the middle. Love to see it. Now, I was thinking about this the other day. Obviously, Tom Lynch being out isn't ideal.
Oh, Brody.
I get it.
Brody's going to get done. Brody's going to get done for insufficient intent, and he's absolutely munged a pass here.
Well, he got pushed as he kicked it.
Oh, take it. Lucky.
So, obviously, Tom Lynch being out's not great. But I was thinking about it. A thing we often see is opposition teams are really good at switching it around the back line and getting it out the other side, and Lynch isn't quick enough to shut down those passes. I think we might be a little bit more nimble and quicker to be able to cut off those exits with the forwards we've got now. Like, I think that might at some point play into our advantage, but you obviously want Lynch out there. But yeah, it was just something interesting that I had thought of the other day.
Well, and let's just Samson Ryan currently, what's a quad? He's iced up the quad. Samson Ryan currently playing a very, very good role. He's playing his role.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Agree.
And Hobbs has got the jab off. So yeah, that's a big blow for Essendon.
Structure-wise, absolutely. Absolutely. CB, Kane's got a question for us. Do we go out and try and get an experienced key forward as a stopgap with no Lynch?
Well, I was, if you recall a few shows ago, we talked about Reid versus Allen.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be upset if we had a crack at Oscar Allen because he would fit that gap beautifully. Right age, he's a leader, but obviously, look, the reality of at Richmond is less than 2%, less than 0.000 whatever percent.
Yeah.
Oh, this first game has got 3 goals. Get the fuck out of here! What are we doing?
Joe the Goose out the back. Jesus.
What are we doing? The first gamer is keeping him in it.
He's got 3 goals and a half of footy in his first game.
He kicked over half their score.
That's crazy. Morgs, that's a good comment. I mean, Lafau's definitely one that can fill a void. Like, I'm hoping that Tom Lynch goes around again next year. I think it's actually important for us that he goes around again next year structurally because the young guys just won't be ready enough to take over. But yeah, Lafau will definitely play a part in this in the coming weeks and years as well. So if he does okay, then maybe we don't need to find someone else. Maybe we can use all the resources for another midfielder or a running halfback, whatever you want to do. But yeah, it probably all hedges on how McKelty goes, I suppose. We just need that competitive beast down there for another year or two until these other guys grow into their bodies a little bit.
So it's my belief. It's my belief that we'll offer Tom Lynch a 2-year deal. The money will be jack shit.
Okay.
Yep. They'll offer him a 2-year deal.
That has to be holding the ball.
Lawler nearly pulled a great move there with a little bend. That's in the back. That's so dumb. That is so stupid, Jack Ross. Why would you do that? The ball was out.
Yeah, unnecessary shove. Like, what's there to gain
That's
from
the
that?
bit that angers me.
Trickling out. It's going to be a stoppage.
Doesn't hurt anyone.
I feel like we should be further, like we should be ahead by a few goals with how we've been playing. So the fact we're behind is a little bit annoying, but we're still in it at the same time, if that makes sense.
I reckon, yeah. I reckon. Look, I reckon they'll offer Lynch a small a deal of, 2-year deal or whatever it'll be to keep him on, because you got to remember, unfortunately, Armstrong, Sims, and Paul have all been drafted in the same year, so
Yeah.
we're going to need something to help these kids, and in two years they take over, right? They'll all be 22, whatever.
Maybe, 2 years I don't mind, and maybe it's share the load with McKelty. Like, I don't think it would be realistic to expect Lynch to play all the games for both years. Like, we'd have to probably pick a number that we'd like to get out of him for those games, wouldn't we? Play as many as you can, of course, but...
Goldie's got another free kick. That's his 4th free kick in the ruck contest. Just got to hold on a bit here.
4 minutes and 7 seconds to go. Yeah, Carl Hopper is playing well. He's probably been... He and Taranto have clearly been our best mids all year, haven't they? It's just nice to see him fit and firing as McGrath slicing through the middle of the ground. We can't be letting that happen. But Kane McCall of EJ's man read it beautifully.
Can I just say, is anyone else been paying attention to the Talking Tigers, the Talking Tigers vote count to see how close it is to ours?
No, is it close?
Yeah, they've got Taranto and Hopper as 1 and 2 and Nankervis as 3. So I'm sort of tracking them to go, are we seeing it similar to...
that is a great and brave kick from Brown. That's interesting. So that makes me feel... Oh, Smith, Jesus, you got to hold that.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, gosh.
I know it's slippery, but uncontested, you've got to be able to hold those. Yeah. But that's interesting that the votes are sort of tracking Oz Mackay's limping as well. Tracking similar to ours. It kind of gives us a bit of validation, I guess, that we're all seeing the same kind of thing.
Correct. Jeezy McAuliffe, great grunt work there. Just got to fly, bring it to ground.
McAuliffe's got to stay in, doesn't he?
Oh, but this is the whole thing around Dion Prethia. You know what I mean?
Like, is he going to take McAuliffe's minutes?
Yeah.
Correct.
What would you rather see right now? Now, admittedly, if he was a sub, you would look at you look at Green or Smith, and you go, well, Dion's clearly a better player than them. So if he takes their spot, I'm okay with it to a degree, because they're fringies. But he can't be taking midfield minutes out of these other guys.
Out of McAuliffe and
he's got an nasty.
Lawler's not even getting midfield minutes at the moment because he's having to play 4. That was a bit of a shit effort from Smith then. Oh, Gresham always kills us. Good spoil, Brown.
That's just unlucky. There's nothing we can do defensively there.
Oh, he's pulled that kick. Wow. Yeah.
Like Brown's hit the ball and the forward kept his feet in the contest and was able to then run with Cappy. You know what I mean? Like, it's just stiff.
And just gets the little handball over the top. And I think, I guess if you were anticipating the kick, you're probably not thinking he's going to pull it to the corridor. So fair play to Peter Wright for camping himself there.
That's just...
He's just such a big man.
Take the miss.
Oh, yeah, good behind. Minute 46 to go in the half. We're fighting well. 4-7.
Torpedo down the middle. Torpedo down the middle.
A few people saying they prefer Camden on the wing. Where do you prefer Camden?
Yeah, 100%. Wing's his best spot. I just think Essendon's playing spare behind the ball. We've just got to have to find a way to get around him.
Well, I don't know why more teams don't equalise that number.
So are we rolling one extra to the contest to win the contest? They're playing one back.
I reckon we do. I think we usually get one more. Like, there's a couple that are just sitting off the contest here that are free, so we must have an extra behind the ball around at the stoppage. Hence why Smith's just broken away with it, but they might have, the extra one behind the ball.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, so that's not okay. So again, unlucky. Come on, boys. You just got to talk. Nothing stupid here. Just talk. Hold it up for God's sake. I'm getting the jitters. I'm getting the defensive jitters.
Good tackle of Loston. Minute left.
So
Declan
surely someone
reckons
goes to the goal square.
Trezai's back in for Smith. Morg says if
That's
Prestia
tough.
comes in, I think it has to be McIntosh that has a rest, need to play the kids.
That was touched.
Are our boys appealing it?
Yeah, they are. And I called it as soon as he kicked it. That's what I was saying, touched. It looked touched to me.
I won't add the score on just yet then. Yeah, Shane, we've been saying that Steely's probably needed a little bit of a rest for a while. Morgs, we are the red time leaking specialists, so I'm not sure if this one's touched or not. I'm not going to
straight away
touch the scoreboard.
But Ross? No, top. One of them straight away. Watch Ross or whoever it was. Someone's come over the top.
Instantaneously, his hand went up.
Thanks.
The problem is, though, we're using iPhone cameras to try and see this. How are they going to be able to see this?
Oh, they've called a goal. Jesus Christ. Red time goal again. 2 red time goals, and we're down by 9.
Jeez, so they confirmed it a goal?
Yep.
Far out. They weren't even looking at the right player touching it, though. They were looking for Vlosten. I think Banks reckons he touched it.
Banks was the one.
That's shit. 42 seconds left and we concede a goal like that and we possibly touched it. And we haven't got the technology in place to be able to even see if it happened or not.
Now, is there a free kick to trainer here? No.
Jonty on the left. Trainer's on the ground. Nothing doing. Play on. Close him down. No. He's got the outlet option. 10 seconds. See how quickly they get it in there? 3 one-on-ones.
Yeah.
Good spoil, but it's frustrating watching
the
teams.
2 red time goals are the difference.
I know. In each quarter, they've kicked a bullshit red time goal. Paul, I would hate to think what the actual number is of red time goals that we concede in quarters. It would be through the roof. Anyway, half time. Essendon 6-4-40, Richmond 4-7-31, 9-point lead. We're doing not too bad, but we probably should have had a few more goals ourselves and really had them under a bit more pressure, I reckon. That's probably been the disappointing part. But do we throw Miller forward? Well, with Langford off the ground, it does give us options to shuffle the deck chairs a bit. Maybe Campbell Gray can go forward as well. He's played there in the VFL for Essendon, I think it was. So he's definitely not unfamiliar with that role, just a bit more marking power. But yeah, disappointing to concede that goal.
I just think we're getting the entries in. I don't know. I don't think we need to change too much. It's just it's just we just don't quite have the cattle, the experienced cattle up forward to score. You know.
Yeah.
That's going to be the issue. We said it before the game, and it's proving to be the case. But I wouldn't mind seeing Lawler come onto the ball. To be honest, I think it's time to put Lawler on the ball. I reckon within halfway through the third quarter, Morris Rowley Jr. needs to come on.
Yeah, inject some pace. Now
inject some pace, a bit of X factor.
I'll be back in a sec, folks. Talk amongst yourselves.
What's going on? Oh, Denley. Don't mind me, folks. I'm just stretching the legs a bit while I've been sitting down. So comes when you've got a knackered back. You need to stretch it out a bit. Michael's having the longest slash ever, I'd suggest. So I flipped over the channel. So I'm currently watching the first test between England and Zimbabwe. And England made a lazy 570 odd. And Zimbabwe are none for 17 off 2 overs. So pretty crazy viewing at the moment, but it looks like a very nice bouncy pitch, bit of carry, and very short boundaries, very quick outfields. So they're playing this one at Trent Bridge. So I suspect they're none for 17. They're probably going to be all out for about 72.
Back. What did I miss?
I was just updating on the test day 2 of England versus Zimbabwe. England finished up about 575 declared, and Zimbabwe are going better than a run of ball. They're none for 17 off 2.2 overs. I took 12 off the first, so
Jesus,
it's insane.
Yeah, reading through.
I could put that on I could put that on the TV screen, and I won't get done for copyright infringement. So
yeah, we will.
It'll be our little secret.
Enzo Ryan having his best game. Lawler needs more disposals, score involvements. Look, we probably aren't going to get the most out of him at full forward, but I think it's just it's a needs thing at the moment because of our team makeup that we kind of need him to play there. But it would be great if there was an older head in the forward line. But it's just, we just don't have that for tonight, unfortunately.
Well, we do. Why wouldn't you play Luke Trainer at full forward?
You could.
Trainer full forward and put him on the ball.
Yeah, you could. It's just a shame there's not like an older, more experienced head down there to be able to do it. But yeah,
Timmy Taranto could spend a bit of time forward if he needs a breather. Yeah.
Hawk Team, welcome. Yeah, let's not all be trolling and rude to each other. We're all here supporting the Tigers. If you don't want to support the Tigers, feel free to exit. But if you're following the Tigers, let's not go at each other. It's not what it's all about. We're all Tiger.
We've got a bit of action, haven't we?
Yeah, a couple of people on the YouTube getting a bit narky at each other, but we're all Tiger family. Let's all show some love and respect. We can have different opinions, but just don't play the man, that's all. Phonics going well, thanks yourself. Going well. Sorry, I had to help get the kids sorted for bed. Tiger Car stubby holders are still available. I think it's worthwhile to get a plug in for that. So if you do want a Tiger Car stubby holder, let us know. And the footies have arrived as well. I've got to actually get some of them out and about in the advertising place. But the footballs are here too. But
have we worked out? Do we actually agree on a price for the footies? What did we work out?
I think it was $20, but I'll have to double check.
Yeah, I was thinking it was 25, but it was something. Yeah, something like that. It added 2 in front of it. I know that.
I don't know if did you go through any stats at all? I didn't. I'm just looking at stats now.
No. My phone's doing a stream, so if I'm too afraid because I'm an analog kind of guy. So if I start touching things, I might never come back.
So looking at some of the key stats, inside 50s, we're winning the inside 50 count 31-26, but we're obviously not getting good bang for our buck. What do we have to change in the second half, CB, to ensure we can capitalise on some of these inside 50 entries? Because at the moment, it feels like we're tracking towards a 50-60 inside 50 game, but we're just not getting the score on the board.
Well, this is the problem. I don't think we need to change too much because we're getting the entries in there. I just think maybe we mix it up a bit more in the middle, and we do put. I think currently we could actually drop a tall right now. Like I said, I think halfway through this quarter, at some stage, I reckon take a tall out, whether it's Sims or Fall. Probably Fall has to be the guy that goes because Sims is doing the ruck work. bring Maurice Rioli Jr. on, but I would put Lawler on the ball, and I wouldn't be. Tim Taranto can score a goal. He's a pretty smart footballer. I wouldn't be adverse to Tim Taranto spending a little bit of time forward
Yeah, true.
and seeing what happens. The actual defence, we've only had 40 points scored against us. The defence is holding up well. They've got a couple of Joe the Gooses out the back.
Yeah.
You know, in reality, it feels like we probably should be about 2-3 goals in front with the weight of numbers we've had, but we know the reasons why. But we just need to get a couple more through the sticks. We're creating the opportunities. We just need to actually lift our conversion by about 10-15%. We're probably going ahead at 3/4 time.
With Langford being off the ground, it does give us scope to put Campbell Gray forward as well if we were to sub another one of the talls. Because you've still got Miller on Peter Wright, but then you maybe lose the ability to have a good spare behind the play. But Samson Ryan,
you wouldn't want Nate Caddy. You wouldn't want Nate Caddy getting off the chart because Nate Caddy could still do something yet.
True. But Samson Ryan, I think, has played a reasonable game so far, bar the free kicks that have been given away, although I'm not sure all of them were entirely there, if I'm being honest. But yeah, 9 disposals, 2 marks, 14 hitouts, 2 clearances, but he's been making some sound decisions with ball in hand, including a kick into the corridor, which was good. I think he's doing what we were kind of hoping he would do. Obviously, you would get a bit more and again out of Nank, because I'm not at all saying he's playing at Nank's level, but he's definitely holding his own out there, which I think is important. We just need to find a way to start improving on the clearances, which is not a him issue. It's a club issue. I think we struggle in that space, no matter what the mix is on the inside. Oh, Foxtel, we'll be right back. No worries, Foxtel.
You need to let me know when the telecast's about to start too, so I'm just watching the cricket at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's all good. MRJ still to come on? Yes, it is. It's good that he gets to come on. It'll be interesting to see at what stage he comes on. Like, you look at last week and we gave Smith maybe 8 to 10 minutes. I know, I'd like to see the sub play more than that. CV, I'm not sure what your go is, but just take a chill pill, my friend. You don't have to have a crack at everyone just because they've got a different view to you, all right? Just relax. Be involved, but just chill.
Everyone just relax. It's a Friday night. We've had a long week.
Essendon playing crap.
Together, we're all just enjoying each other's company.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Look, I think, again, like we said before, with the conditions of the game and including our own inexperience, it's going to be a scrappy affair. I've got no issue with that. It might not be pleasing on the eye if you're neutral. It'd be a shocking game to watch, undoubtedly. But as a football club, our job isn't necessarily to play sexy football 24/7. It's to keep ourselves in games and give ourselves a chance to win, which, whatever that takes, to use the Essendon phrase, whatever it is we have to do, that's what we have to do. And I think you'll find that tonight we're having to play a bit of a different way to keep ourselves in the game because we've lost our 3 key pillars. So I think there's a little bit of mishmash stuff going on that, yeah, it's just what we're going to have. But we probably should be we should have had a couple more goals. But would we sub Caleb Smith? I don't think we'll sub Caleb Smith. I think with the conditions of the game, BB, I just think it might pay to keep the smaller types on the ground. Do you reckon that's about the mark, CB? Like, you wouldn't risk it subbing a small, I'm guessing?
Look, I've only got my personal opinion on it. I would probably take a tall out just to get even more run on the ground and across the ground, a bit more forward pressure to try and get some conversion. And it also might create some mismatches for the Essendon tall, so that they'd have to think about what are they going to do with their tall blokes, Ben Mackay and whoever playing defensively. So it probably causes them a few more questions which they've got solutions to. But that's just my personal opinion. I mean, what are the odds they go for like, play the 2 tall guys and go like to take a small off? But
what's concerning me looking at the stat line is again the top disposal winners. The list has actually gotten longer in terms of all the Essendon players in this. This is the leading order on the ground. You've got Durham with 18, Archie Roberts 17, McGrath 17, Merritt 16, Martin 15, Caldwell 15, Zach Reed 13, Archie Perkins 13, and our highest is Kane McAuliffe on 13. So, I mean, well done to McAuliffe firstly for having another reasonable game, 5 tackles as well. But I just think it just feels like it's difficult to win games when you haven't got anyone in the top 6 or 7 of disposals. I know it's a team game, but we're letting their prime movers get a hell of a lot of the ball. And maybe in that sense, we're a little bit lucky to be closer, but I think we've defended reasonably well that it feels okay. So a few people are saying that Dow's been subbed off and Morris is on.
Down.
Dow wasn't doing anything. I thought Dow was playing okay.
I thought he was okay.
Someone,
There you go.
Hoops has written that he was hurt. Has anyone confirmed what was wrong with him there? Was it tactical? I
So I
mean,
thought K-Mac.
yeah.
Was the one with the mung ankle. So,
Unless it's the lesser of two evils. There you go, sub hurt. Do we know what the hurt was? That's a bit disappointing because he was playing okay.
He was okay, yeah.
Big second half, yes. Good luck for the second half indeed. But the Bombers have got the first 4-0 forward, which is a bit annoying with a little cheeky kick off the ground. Campbell Gray, good attack of the ball. Where hopefully K-Mac's ankle holds up then.
Yeah, correct.
Jimmy says it was a quad. Okay. That's shit news. Hopefully it's nothing too major because
Jack Ross needs to lift a bit this quarter. He's been a bit quiet this game. He's
bit fumbly.
He's definitely one I feel. Yeah, he's one that needs to find a bit more of it and have an impact.
Yeah. And maybe I'm judging him harshly because, like I said, the conditions aren't the greatest, but he's probably just typically a really clean player, isn't he?
Oh, there's going to be a bad passage to play with Tim Taranto, and it wasn't great.
Oh, he's dropped the mark. Oh, he's been shoved off the ball really easily. What was he looking at?
Well done, Nick Floston.
Oh, Vlosten just...
Oh,
the controlling umpire didn't pay that. He didn't... How did he not see it? That's a shit kick.
like you see the kick, though, from...
Oh, my God. We really hurt ourselves, don't we? We get a good counter-attack. But Taranto, took his eyes off the contest, and then I don't know what he was looking at. Oh, no.
This is mental.
Someone shut Merritt down, please.
We are doing this. I don't know what's going on with our decision making here. But
Hugo, Jesus, that could have been in the back. Morris went without it.
We're just doing something's not. We're not switched on.
Ross seems the most stable out there at the moment, taking some marks.
Thank God.
I forgot to check what.
Nearly.
Sam Banks up to 271 metres gained. Oh, Lawler's got the almost mark.
Here's our problem right here. Dump kicks in, and Peter Wright doesn't get any smaller.
He's a pretty big player.
Jeez, what? That goal's on us. That's on us.
We've had a shit 2 minutes there. It's 2.5 to 3 minutes, whatever you want to call it. Dog's breakfast. No organisation, poor skills, poor decision making, the works.
We had a chance to clear that out then.
Yeah, that was not our finest work. It's disappointing to start the third quarter like that when they skip out to a bit of a lead. And we've left Caddy in the corridor by himself.
Yep.
It's annoying when that turnover kick happens from a Vlosten as well. Like it's happened a little bit lately where it's sometimes been the experienced guys who have butchered the ball.
He didn't just miss the target. He missed it by about 10 metres. So, disappointing.
Need to see him switch back on, yeah?
But even Taranto's effort was terrible initially too. There were some poor efforts from a couple of senior boys there in that first couple of minutes. And there's no disguising that. You can't sugarcoat it.
It was I don't know what he was doing. It was an average effort. It's as simple as that, wasn't it? Well, Taranto gets it forward.
Get in there.
Morris Jr. to Mansell.
Nigel Mansell.
Mansell, just another long-range banger. Bang! The reply. That's what you want.
We need that.
Good on him getting a goal with the Guernsey design as well. Rioli gets an impact of the play early. Now, on Rioli, this is exactly what I mean when I talk about he needs to be up around the ball more, getting his hands on it early for confidence, because he can set up things like that. Playing him deeper as a forward is no good. Having him up there at the contest is exactly where he needs to be because he can have impacts on play like that. Great finish from Mansell. We've kicked 2 goals like that on the run from long range, haven't we? That's good.
Yep. Over the back. So the forwards are playing high which is leaving space at the
Opens
back.
up space, yeah. He did well to identify what had happened with the leads and that the space was over the top to kick into as well. Great
Just warming
kick.
up. I might have to be on stats tomorrow too for the seniors. Might be on the bench helping out the stats. So I'm just trying to work on some things, boys. Yeah, haven't done it for a while.
But yeah,
Really good.
To me, seeing what Rioli, and I know it's a very small sample size, but what Morris Jr. did then, for me, completely validates why I think he needs to play up high. He just offers so much more in that spot than playing deep.
He's just put three efforts in there around the ball now. Didn't get success, but so Jack Ross looks like he's playing behind the ball. Interesting enough.
Oh, he was a bit deep there, wasn't he? He started on the wing too, which I know is a bit controversial for some people.
Good for him. Oh, Jesus. Tim Taranto, what are we doing?
It's just like he's running with no urgency, if that makes sense.
His decisions.
GD wants a Seth goal. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Seth goal.
My multi would like a Seth goal, just for the record.
Just the one? Just
Mansell
the one?
was one. Yeah, I just need any time for him.
How many more you got on the list?
I had I can't check as my phone, but
oh Jesus!
Bombers are just getting us at the source here. They've raised the bar a bit.
And it doesn't help we've let Merritt win a 2-on-1 when he was the shortest player there. That's pretty piss poor, if I'm being honest. We've got to be better there.
8-1 insides, and we're level pegging with them over on the scoreboard. So we're holding out okay.
So time wise, I went 15:49 left. I'm not sure where everyone else is at, but it sounds like people are way ahead of
47, 46, 45.
So we're relatively close, but I think other people might be a little bit ahead. But yeah, again, their prime movers are still getting a shitload of the ball.
So Taranto's had the ball again. He's got it again, and he's tossed it up again with his hands. Even though he set up that goal to Rioli and then to Mansell.
Yeah.
He's just...
I think he was getting tagged a bit in the first half, but he's just made some bad choices this quarter so far. But we're still in it. Like I feel bad talking negatively, but we're just calling it how it's happening, I guess.
Well, the problem is we need our senior blokes to the issue is we're needing our senior blokes to not make the mistakes.
Yeah, that's right. With the average age of our team being so young, we do kind of need them to lead the way. So I've got 15 minutes, 19 left. So if you are ahead and you do want to catch up, feel free to pause. I'll do a bit of a mini countdown. 15, 18, 17, 16, 15. As Merritt's just kicked it behind.
10. I'm at 10, 15, 10 against Porth. But interesting, Essendon, so 3 or 4 times now, Essendon have had the spare on the outside of the contest. So it looks like our blokes are getting sucked in and their blokes are hanging out. So hopefully our coaching staff can arrest that.
Yeah, because that's definitely a weakness for us in terms of where a lot of teams exploit us on the outside. So if we don't get that set up right, that can hurt. You must be getting close with Seth Campbell with his disposals for your prediction on here as well. Oh, Banks, get your meters gained, son.
Clever.
Good kick.
Clever. Okay.
Get it in quick. 1-on-1s. Get the thing in. Oh, that'll do.
Tim Taranto might have some post-traumatic stress disorder here. As he,
I'm not sure he's got the distance there.
No, I don't think he's got the leg on him for this one. This will test him.
Tom Brown, loop around. Get a bit of a cheeky...
You know what? He's there. Have the shot. Don't look for some dicky pass that you're never going to hit with 30 blokes inside.
What I don't like, though, is when players are this far out and they pop it to the goal line and it just gets punched over. Either know you can kick the distance or pull it 5 metres short so we can try and mark it.
Guess what? He's got the distance.
Oh, he said that okay. Drifting. Oh, Timmy T.
It didn't even spin. It didn't even spin.
He's proved me wrong. He's proved me wrong. Don't mind the humble pie with that. But, I mean, I was almost right. Glad to be wrong. But it almost fell that half a metre short and went to a nothing area. But he's just got it home, which was very, very good.
I reckon Taranto's had about 6 or 7 touches already this quarter.
He needed that though, didn't he? If nothing else, for his own confidence. Yeah. Like it's almost like he's running
good running,
low on confidence. Good kick from Cappy. Good forward running. Well done, Samson, for not careering into him.
But he's run then. He's run 100 metres to get that ball. 100 metres from defensive 50 all the way through, and his opponent didn't go with him.
When's the last time Tim Taranto kicked the drop punt for a goal?
Doesn't matter as long as I'm going through. It's like Stephen Kernan. Stephen Kernan kicked 600 of them, mate, but all spun differently. So
only says
it's overrated.
Says 6 points at the end of the day, doesn't it? That's all that matters. McCall a bit high.
Great joke about.
Oh no.
There's a great joke. There's a great joke about David Cloak in his final game against Carlton where we won, and he kicked 6 in his final game to get best on ground. And I said every single goal he kicked spun a different way.
It's a different way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you kick them.
That's like the equivalent to a perfect hat trick in soccer, isn't it? You got the left foot, right foot, and header.
Pretty much, yeah. So Clokey, and it's spewing because I've been hunting that game. So Channel 7 had it, but apparently they used to in the old days delete the tapes. And I've been looking for footage and everything, but you can't get footage of that game. Any of it, not even like a 20-minute highlight or what have you.
Oh, like a little a mini snippet of it.
Yeah, because I've got a lot of stuff a bit archived as far as old games and footage and stuff, and that's one I've been trying to get, but unfortunately can't get it. Oh, it's at the full right.
Get him, Morris. Get him.
Good pressure.
And look, I know people want Morris to get disposals, but that's why he's so important in the team. If he can just get the disposal piece right, his pressure, as trainer just standing in Broad's way, his pressure or perceived pressure forces mistakes like that, which give us the ball back. If he can just, piece together the rest of it, he'll be all right.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, that was a lucky
kick. Well
kick.
Done, Campbell Gray.
I tell you what, he's been composed again, Campbell Gray, CB. Oh, that's a shit-ass kick from
Uze's showing some emotion in the box, which I like. Caleb Smith has got to be better than that, mate. That's just bullshit.
Look, the only silver lining is it's not deliberate, but that's another inside 50 that's a meaningless disposal.
So, see that there? So Samson and I got front position on the ruck there.
Yeah.
If that was Dan Curvis, what would be the odds he would actually grab that and have a shot?
Well, even Lynch last week grabbed it out and...
Stay in. Give it to Hugo. Oh, wow. Did you have the rub of the green on the insufficient intents?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, to be fair, they've paid it like that let's say 2 years nearly. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's just skip through for a behind, but we butcher so many inside 50s entries, don't we?
Yeah, but like I said, you got to understand what we've got to aim at.
I know.
Yeah.
CV, I reckon you're being a bit harsh. I reckon you're being a bit harsh, CV. It's greasy, it's slippery. Gone. There's young kids everywhere. We're having a crack. We're coming off a 5-day break. I reckon we've...
Who's this?
That's what I'm saying. We're watching AFL, VFL. Like it's a frustrating.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you though, Samson Ryan, there's a ball in there. He's basically 15 metres out. He's 15 metres out, slight angle. That if ever there's a chance you're going to actually grab one and have a ping, that's where you want to grab it and have a shot, even if you get a point.
Yeah.
Don't worry about trying to tap it.
I tell you who I want to get a goal. Luke Trainer. He's almost. Not this game, but in a couple of games ago, he almost kicked one from about 50. I think he's done it twice on the run. Would love to. I just think the celebration would be good. I just think he's got a good celebration for his first goal. McAuliffe. Oh, Taranto. Probably held for a bit.
Get it moving. Get her in, Brownie. Oh, he slipped. Jesus H. Christ. Our blokes in this slipping.
Oh,
it's going to run on.
Morris, good pressure again. I do like that Miller sets up deep.
That's my son giving special comments here in the background saying that Essendon are as bad as us and they suck.
Oh, shit. I just talked him up, and then he's done that, but he might get holding the ball here.
That kid looks like he's 12 runner. I'm just talking to my son, guys, if you're wondering. He's coming to give Essendon a bake.
Credit to Ben Miller there for not dumping him.
That's clever by trainer. He's got that over the back into space, but Essendon have set up behind the ball. Don't mind it.
Oh, yeah, that can be a dangerous play, that, like, if you're on the right end of it.
Yeah, correct. So we've got the numbers here. We just got to stop that.
Yes, who wrote that? GD, yeah, McAuliffe's still waiting for his first as well. I think he's kicked about 4 or 5 behinds and 2 out in the fulls in the last 2 games. So he's no prior there for Rel Smith. You cannot penalise that. Get off it, Zach, you clown. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Also, Durham's got a bit of a concern as well. Well, he did. He just turned around and went straight. I know. He's another one that got away, didn't he? From our VFL.
His second quarter. Yeah, but his second quarter was very good for them too.
Yeah. The Bombers actually worked that really well then with the backwards handball. Oh, I've lost him.
Oh, Simsy, no. Oh. Not Sims' fault there. That's hot pressure. He's got a.
Oh,
he's learning.
Brown's nickname is Snake, by the way. Just as simple as a brown snake. As simple as
brown
that.
Snake, like it. I love the fact that Talking Tigers were talking about Banks' nickname being Robin. I love that.
Robin Banks.
That's pretty clever. I enjoyed that gag.
That's pretty good, Robin Banks.
That's right up there with was it Paul Shandapol Roderick or whatever it was? The West Indian cricket gag names have been fantastic on Talking Tigers. Been enjoying them. Paul Shandapol Broderick.
Michelle says Lawler getting an early lesson on being tagged and held. When he figures it out, the comp's screwed. I like it. And it, in a lot of ways, though, Michelle.
No, Ross just get it forward.
It's
the train to Lawler.
It's full credit to Lawler, the fact he's commanding a tag at this stage of his career. As he gets the ball, as he slotted a goal, Sammy Lawler, come on, let's go. Helena with the 14.99. Thank you, Helena. Much appreciated. Up the Tigers. Perfect timing. I don't know if he timed that perfectly in sync with the Sam Lawler goal, but that is great play. Trainer gives the handball off, and Sammy Lawler does the rest.
That's the future, guys.
How lucky are we to have him?
The future. But good by Mansell. Good lateral movement. McCall, forward handball, didn't F about.
Even Trainer, he started that handball and then got forward again to get the third possession in that chain after he had the first.
But even Jack Ross had to make this possession. Jack Ross had to make that handball to Trainer.
Yes.
And he did.
Even Sims keeping that in front of himself there, that was good from Sims.
But I love the fact, there was actually an option forward to Law there.
Yes, he could have given it off to Mansell.
But Lawler's he's just taken it on himself to do it. Good on him.
He loves the big stage. He's a big-time player. And again, I don't want to...
Do you get the feeling that a guy like Lawler's made for finals?
100%. Obviously, we're not going to be in finals anytime soon.
Hopper's got one high there.
He unquestionably will do good things on a big stage. You can just see, and I'll use the word aura.
Well, you know, it's not aura. What it is, he's got temperament.
He does.
He's got the right temperament to not panic or choke.
Yeah, like you see when he picks the ball up running against traffic, he's just composed and waits for the option to present before he gives it off. And I'm loving Trainer's work up the ground. I know he didn't hit that target then, but he butted up and went back and made another contest.
Oh, no, that's arse. Or Brownie's closed him down. Good boy.
Oh, Martin's just dinked it up to himself.
Yeah.
That was a bit of Gaelic work.
Oh, Nige just hasn't thought about this. Oh, darn it.
That was pretty good from Nick Martin. Not going to lie, that was actually impressive.
Yeah, it's classy.
That was pretty good. 2 goals for the Lord.
Broady's actually spiked it into someone's head. We've actually had a falcon into the post here.
Do we get a stat for that? The Falcon?
Durden doesn't look right, mate.
Durham's
He looks
not
a little bit
moved.
He's not 100%.
Someone else said that Reed's off as well.
See what I was saying about where Samson Wright had his chance? That experience?
Oh, God.
Years ago.
How have we not had a ruckman go up there?
Yeah.
Not to mention the throw-in, again, was about 8 metres short of where the players were standing, which didn't help. That's pretty bad communication.
The throw-in has dropped 10 metres short of where the ruckman were. That's bullshit.
Our mids, though, had to be, as soon as they heard the no ruckman, our mids needed to be a bit better there and actually close the space on Peter Wright as soon as he grabbed the ball.
But Hopper's talking to the umpire, central umpire about it, and the central umpire saying, "Oh, we'll talk about it later." Basically, that's not right. Essendon's had a bit of luck go their way this game to keep them 4 points in front.
Absolutely. Like, if I'm an Essendon supporter, even though I'm winning, I would not be thrilled with how this has panned out so far. But I mean, even if
Hopper doesn't get high contact,
even if Hopper's saying he nominated, or even if Fall's saying he nominated, they were still nowhere near him. It probably wouldn't have made a difference, I guess.
But this is that thing too. So like, because you have to nominate ruckman, you can't have other people contest. You can't have like it's just a free run for the ruck in when the umpires get it wrong. It's just anyway.
But again, I just think our mid just didn't react quick enough to that situation. He just had a pocket of space to himself, essentially. It was crazy.
Yeah, but we're probably not expecting the ball to drop short by 10 metres too.
True. But like you said, they've had a couple of moments where they've been kissed on the pecker a little bit with some things that have happened. But, I mean...
bad luck.
It's a little bit of swings and roundabouts, I guess. Oh, got to hit that target. We get taxed by the umpires, Massimo. I don't mind that. That's a great kick. Risky, but...
They're ready.
Martin with another disposal. Oh, God, they're out everywhere. See how quickly they move it? Good spoil. But again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, the speed at which they move it with makes a huge difference and puts us under immense pressure. Helena just said, my friend's husband's an Essendon supporter, messaged me that he's raging. Good. Like I said, if I was an Essendon fan, I would not be happy with how this is going so far. Like,
let it flow through.
We're missing our 3 big key pillars. We've got 17 games of experience in key forwards.
Go. Here we go. MRG's out. Sit for him. Go, son. I didn't sit for him. He was out. God damn. If that had a sat for him,
that could have Morris, been,
that could have been amazing. Holy cow. It just didn't quite, that last little.
Yeah.
Actually, it sat for him. He just didn't quite gather it. Oh, damn it.
What are they paid? Oh, they paid insufficient intent. Who was that against? Trainer.
Trainer just came to the mate. He just smashed it out. It was there.
Was that similar to what LDU did last week and it wasn't paid?
The game's never been better. The game has never been better, mate.
How many tweets saying that line do you reckon you see a week that the game's never been better on the back of something stupid that's happened?
Can you believe is it Scott Gullion of the Herald Sun tried to do the AFL PR piece and basically say he tried to play the misogyny line on Laura Kane. Oh, look, if it was one of the other male ones, they've never had this type of... It's bullshit. I've never seen any admin not go, not get caned, be the 2IC or the leader of the AFL. So So to play a misogyny card and you can't talk about it because it's a woman is just bullshit.
Yeah,
Incompetence is incompetence.
100%.
And it doesn't matter whether you're male, female, or whatever.
Yeah, exactly right.
So
exactly right.
And that was the feedback back on the article. Everyone was just saying, basically, yeah, Hopper was absolutely held off a contest there. Absolute bear hug.
Both arms around his waist. Oh, that skewed off the side of the
Wait till
boot.
you see a bit of...
Oh, a bit of Cappy magic. The headband gave him the extra stat points to take a one-handed mark.
So, yeah, you just... I can't cop this. Whenever we don't like something, we play a race card, we play a misogyny card. But no, you just
call it out. It is. If someone's cocked up, they've cocked up, and you cop your whack and either learn from it or you get moved on.
The fan surveys, the coaches, a lot of the media, they all can't be wrong, can they?
No.
You're saying we're all wrong. Like, that's what they're trying to tell us. It's like, no.
Danny, I agree. The AFL have missed the boat big time with getting Brendan Gale. He and we know from first-hand experience as Richmond supporters, but he is super impressive. Even just hearing him talk about Tassie, it just gives you nice flashbacks with like how lucky we were to have him running our organisation. And the AFL were kidding themselves for not actually trying to get him in because he would run a very, very good ship. And yeah, it's...
Oh, here we go.
It's their loss.
EJ's boys got it.
Oh.
EJ boys.
Which one? Fall?
Jonty. Was that Grox?
No, it's Grox. I'm looking for Kane. I'm looking for Kane McCall. I'm like, where is
he? Apologies.
Now, if he kicks this like the ball at Marvel, 100%. I'm about to say the one at Marvel's still going at post height.
Come on, mate. Do it for Daddy. Oh.
Oh, Jonty. God damn.
Oh. Wow.
He's tried to wind up too much and kick that too hard. That's another one of those kicks where if you're not within your range, just put it to the hot spot. Don't try and kick the cover off a wet footy. It just never works well.
But you know what? Credit to him. He's taken the mark. Again, what's the 54? This stand rule is the worst rule ever invented in football.
But why should they be able to tell him to stand when he was moving back from the start? Like he was moving outside 5 from the get-go.
Hang on. Who's got a free kick? Essendon free kick, of course.
To Guelphy. Oh, my God.
Banks has blocked him too hard. It's there.
He had no eyes for the ball.
Yep, that's there. We'd be screaming blue murder. If that was us, we'd be screaming blue murder for that.
Yeah, you can't run at the bloke front on and not look at the footy and expect not to get done for that. That's a big brain fade there.
We can't seem to bridge this 11-point gap, can we?
No, we've struggled to kick back-to-back goals. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, we can't get 2 in a row.
How many goals do you reckon we've gifted them versus how many goals have they earned? Like if we can just clean up our own mess, we'd probably be ahead. That's a shocking.
To be honest, if you have a look at the centre clearance numbers, we're getting smoked in the centre clearances too.
Which is a weekly tradition. It is another very, very easy goal. That 50 was bullshit though. That shouldn't have been 50 to start with. Camden McIntosh was moving backwards the second he marked the ball. So should not have been told to stand because McIntosh has made the decision to not want to stand. It wasn't like he was standing.
I don't understand. Yeah.
That's it, Jay Johnson. We work hard for our goals in Essendon and get the easy ones. And that's what makes it a bit deflating. But
yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Lawler's in the middle too. Lawler's starting in the middle now too.
Gets a bit of body contact early there, Sammy Lawler.
Oh, that's a great move by the kid. Oh, he seems to be getting that arsey little... It just sort of sits for him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, K-Mac's just gone with the problem solver. I love it.
Nice.
Be nice if we could get a red time going. Just bring it back within a goal.
Yeah, you sort
with
of.
a quarter.
That's right. You feel a bit better about yourself, wouldn't it? Shane reckons Taranto can hardly move. Well, I mean, if he can hardly move, that's when
Cappy looks like shit. Wait till you see a picture of Cannon McIntosh. He's sore.
see some of them might have to play forward. How is that not a
Cappy
throw?
wouldn't be the worst thing to sit in the square.
No, I agree. He wouldn't be the worst. Merritt's got the ball on a piece of string at the moment.
Yeah, damn.
Minute 17 left.
Yep.
Sam Banks up to 23 disposals, leading the way for us. Yeah, 34 clearances to 18 is not great numbers, isn't it? What do we do to fix it though? Like it's not even an isolated example. Like we're always copying or hiding in the clearances. A minute 7 to go.
Oh, far out.
Skies it. Oh, 2 metre Peter marks it.
Miller's right on him. What do you do?
Always the under a minute to go stuff. Every time.
Yep.
What was Boston doing? Putting his arms in the air for a free kick. At least try and spoil that. Don't worry about the free kick. "30 seconds to go."
Kill it. Well done, Simsy. So we're going to go two goals down in a half time, mate, pretty much. We lost the quarter by 3 points.
I agree, Grock. We need to get some speed into the guts, whether it's Campbell, Green, Morris, whoever. We need to flip the narrative a little bit. 16 seconds. Hopefully we can just run this down and give ourselves a chance with a 12-point margin.
We're down to 5 seconds and we've just smashed it out of defensive 50. Right, I'm going to the loop.
Well, 3/4 time. 9,862 to 7,850. Essendon up by 12 points. We're just our own worst enemy, aren't we, guys? That we're giving away just easy goals like that free kick from Sam Banks. We just don't need to do it. That's never not going to be paid a free kick right in a hot spot. We're hanging tough, Brian. We're definitely hanging tough, but we're just struggling to kick those back-to-back goals. It almost feels like the 2 goals is a big enough arms reach lead. We just can't keep getting 2 goals in succession. But looking at some of the stats quickly, disposal-wise, Archie Roberts 26, McGrath 25, Caldwell 25, Merritt 24, and Sam Banks leading the way for us with 23 disposals, 452 metres gained. So he's about 100 off what I've predicted. Nick Martin 22 disposals, Taranto 22 and 5 marks. He had a bit of an iffy quarter, didn't he, Taranto? Obviously got the goal, but was a little bit off the boil in the early parts of the quarter. And it's going to take a really big team effort in the last quarter, especially from the experienced guys. I still think we're going to have to mix things up a bit to get it going. Need that pace in the guts. I agree, Paul. Try Morris in the middle, nothing to lose. Agree. CV, I mean this respectfully, but that's a nonsense comment. To stop saying they're kids. They are kids. That's completely factual. Have a think about what you're saying before you say it. They're kids. The 3 key forwards we're using have got a combined total of 17 games between them. They're kids. All right. Let's not try and make it something it's not. And I think we're performing reasonably well, all things considered. I think coming off a 5-day break against a tough game, and they're sticking with them, I think just pull the reins in a bit, mate. Definitely try something else, Shane. I would definitely mix it up. Like I said, a Mansell, Campbell, anyone like that. Anyone would be good. And this is where the last quarter is going to be an interesting one because, like I said, coming off the 5-day break, the slog fest against North where there was an unprecedented amount of contests and ball ups, clearances, all that type of shit. It's going to take a toll. I suppose on one hand, when you think about how we handled the 5-day breaks previously, we got rolled pretty severely the week after. So in some ways, it's good to see we've actually learned a little bit from the previous occasion, and whatever we've adjusted during the week and on game day has seemed to work despite losing Nankervis, Lynch, and Bolter. So that from that perspective, it's good, but we're just letting ourselves down with that inside 50 work. Tackle counts, Kane McAuliffe. I'll tell you what, Kane McAuliffe has definitely done himself a lot of favours in these first 3 games into the side. Pretty hard to dislodge at the moment. So I think he's doing really, really well. Look at some of the team stats. Disposals, we're a bit behind on disposals. Inside 50s, we've got 40. So we're still tracking okay for 50, but it's obviously about what you do with them when you get inside 50. So our efficiency is 40, which is not real good. Clearances, we're getting done 35 to 18. And like everyone's identified, that's where it starts and finishes, I guess. If we can't arrest that, sending clearances 7 to 5. So we're actually closer in that one than maybe what I thought. But stoppage clearances 28 to 13 around the ground. We're getting torched a little bit. And it felt like they got it on top in that area in that quarter. So that's something the coaches have to address quickly. And like I said, that's not isolated to today. This is an ongoing issue that we need to find a way to rectify. So don't know how we're going to do it, but we've got to find a way. Contested possessions, we're losing 112 to 98. So we're a bit below our average of 2025, which is 121. So it's not, we've got to probably increase that area. Marks inside 50, 4 apiece. Contested marks 4 to 5. What are our tackles like? 42 tackles. Then this is where the difference probably lies at the moment a little bit. Tackles inside 50. Essendon have got 13 and we've only got 2. So our average for 2025 for tackles inside 50 is 9.4. And last week, I think we had about 19 or 20 inside 50 tackles. So we're well off the pace in that area. And it's no secret that tackles inside 50 lead to turnovers, lead to pressure, lead to scoring opportunities. So we're probably leaving a bit on the table there, despite having a lot of possession in there, especially in that second quarter. So we've got to probably do a bit better there. Where are we? Do we need better disposal at half forward? Yeah, possibly. Trainer and or Brown. Trainer's had a really good disposal this game. I'm not sure what the disposal percentage is for him, but from the eye test, he's been taking some risky kicks, hitting his targets and doing some nice stuff. I've really enjoyed Trainer's game, to be honest. 1 quarter to go, TRX. 1 quarter to go. Paul, I guess Uze's got his arms tied behind his back a little bit because of our lack of forward structure. So he's having to be a bit more creative and put other players down there. And because Essendon lost Langford being the other big man, they're probably just rolling the dice a little bit. Ricky just came in to highlight again about the umpires making sure we concede scores at pivotal moments. To be fair, Sam Banks, that free kick he gave away was there. He didn't have ice with the footy and just crashed into Guelphy. If you're going to make body contact like that, you've got to have your head turned and looking at the ball. Otherwise, you'll get done every day of the week. Every day of the week. Need to fix our stoppages, Joey. Agree. I believe Razzo did nominate for the mid-season draft. Oh, well, someone mentioned to me that they thought he did late in the piece. I'm not sure if that's categorically proven or not. But yeah, they had mentioned that that he had, so I was going to call CB, just sent me a message. His video dropped out, and we'll get CB back. So got 1 quarter to go. Bombers are down a few on the bench, 12 points behind. We've got to try and find a way to get a couple of goals in quick succession here. We can't let them get their first of the last quarter. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how this one goes, folks. But good to see we're still in it, as CB's back in the house.
I don't know what to go. It's weird. Every time I sort of put the headphones down and
maybe angle it a bit further so it doesn't show the game, just in case YouTube get pissy pants.
Is it? You can't see the game from that, can you?
Yeah. Oh, I could. Maybe I dropped it off on. The bit I had in there. Oh, so is Razzo still not nominated? Someone messaged me thinking that he had. That's interesting. If Razzo hasn't nominated, you can only assume that he either wants to play for us and we obviously can't take him now, so we might take him later on, or I don't know. It's an interesting one though. But it does definitely seem like that we won't have the mid-season pick on Wednesday night. We'll just be rolling with what we've got for the year, which I guess is
unless Dion does something. Unless Dion
well,
does something on Sunday.
yeah, I
Sunday
know.
night.
I suppose there's still
Like, don't let Jersey get a goal, win the game.
there's still
Don't.
time for that, I guess. But yeah, Michelle, I kind of feel that way as well about Razzo. That, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but it's like, does he want to play for us and knows that we can't take him, so he didn't nominate? And there could be a whole raft of factors in there as to why he didn't nominate. But that was legitimately my first thought, that he wants to play for us. We can't take him now, but we maybe can take him at the end of the year. I'm not sure.
Pre-season.
I'm not sure what we have to free up to be able to do it. Yeah. If it's
nice take by Hugo.
Need the first goal here though.
Oh, Ben Miller's limping now. He's crook. Oh, Ben Miller's coming off. He's done something.
Oh, Jesus. CV, if you're at all suggesting that the kids aren't trying, you need to re-watch the games.
Who's it? Who said they're not trying? Who's that?
Bloke on YouTube saying, kids, I like them, I just want to see them try. Well, they are trying. They try every week. They're probably our biggest tries every week, I reckon. They're trying to prove themselves on the weekly. Oh, Banks.
I mean, mate, the reality is, that's just a dumb comment. Really just stupid, uninformed and ignorant. That's the reality of that comment.
I've got to check my meters gained stat here. Meters gains. Oh, we're at 506. I'm half a chance here, CB. And you had, let me find, who am I finding?
I had 17 for Seth.
Seth. On 9. He's going to need a gigantic last quarter here to get you up to there, but I'm awfully close. Sam Banks, tell you what, he's had 3, no matter sort of what happens now, I would say that Sam Banks has had 3 pretty effective games in a row at halfback.
Yeah, it makes you sick, though. If Nankervis and Lynch had a play, we would have won tonight.
And or Bolter. Like,
yep.
They do. They make a big difference. Oh, I didn't add a point there for Essendon. So I reckon I want to see Morris and Seth get closer to these stoppages and help get us some speed. So Seth's thereabouts. Not sure where Morris is. But we're getting smoked around the ground for stoppages.
So with old mate, which kids aren't trying? Can he actually name the kids who aren't trying? Just so he can further humiliate himself with dumb comments. Who are the kids who aren't trying?
Yeah, look, I know we're 13 points down, but I don't think we can question anyone's lack of effort. It's just been a little bit of execution, unfortunately.
I'd suggest to old mate, I remember my first beer too. It was pretty sweet. But, you know.
Definitely don't want Massimo at Carlton. No, I think there'll be teams lining up to take him if he was to nominate, but it's going to be interesting if he doesn't.
Well, could be more too. Like they're saying one of our lads,
McCarthy.
One of our lads, yeah, West Coast. He was like,
yeah,
because clearly McQualter. Oh, damn it, Timmy.
Yeah, I suppose he has a bit of knowledge about.
Just got out there.
A bit of knowledge about some of the players.
Who's where?
Yeah, McCarthy's going to go number 1 to West Coast, you would think. Oh, Jesus Christ. They've just worked down one of the easiest of goals. Jeez, that could be game.
Unfortunately, Timmy, he just didn't quite cut it off. It just went, but just a touch too tall for him.
Fingertipper out the back and they were away. They were away.
Yeah.
Brian's on the magic number. He just had to control that. That was a bit disappointing. And then I don't know what happened. Who got out the back there in the forward pocket for him? How did we have no one back there? Was someone just pushing down the ground? I'm not sure, but
there's something. Now, keep in mind too, is Miller might be off as well. So maybe our structure, because Miller went off before. I don't know if he's back on the ground. That's okay.
And like I said before, this is where sometimes the effects of that 5-day break might get us in the last quarter with fading out a little bit.
Oh, Samson Ryan's gone with a little side hander there. He's getting fancies.
Yeah, a little Still wouldn't mind seeing us mix it up in the midfield. Oh, Taj Houghton.
Yeah,
When he comes on. Not that you want to put pressure on the kid, but yeah, very much looking forward to what young Taj can do in a few weeks' time.
yeah. It's true. We cannot get our hands on the ball at stoppages.
Yeah,
at
we're
the moment.
18 clearances down. That's you're not going to win too many games doing that, I can assure you.
But this is my point. If we're going to get done. How is that not holding the ball? Like, have a look at this.
That's a 720,
and
isn't it?
Explain to me. Yep, explain it to me like
Well,
it's the Chris Judd rule.
Thompson
Remember
Dow
Juddy
last week got done for less rotations and got a handball away. So how do we work that out?
And that's what I don't understand there. Like, how is that not holding the ball?
Hopefully some of the journos post-game ask Jose about the stoppage piece and what we're trying to do to arrest it, because it just undoes...
Mackay's cut the ball off 3 or 4 times now. He's starting to become a factor.
Yeah, he's getting his tail up a bit.
Yep.
It just becomes too much of an issue to try and win games when you're getting beaten at the source all the time. Banks, 542 metres gained. I'm getting closer. He was probably going to pass what I picked. Oh, dangerous kick. Good pickup from the skipper. Oh my gosh. Trainer just got work done out of it. We've got just blasting it in. And if you're going to kick it like that, you've got to have equal numbers there to at least be able to have man on man at that part of the ground. You can't have train or whatever in a 2-on-1.
Yeah, correct.
And Gary Lyon just said what you've said a few times, we should just kick it to grass if we have to.
Correct. I think they're about to open us up here. I've got a bad vibe. Essendon might be about to open us up in the next 5.
2 metre Peter. The boys are looking a bit cooked, aren't they?
Yep. I've just got to...
And the ball moving, once they get tired...
What's that quote out of Jaws? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah. Once they get tired as well, they start to just further blast kick it down the line and no one's in the right spot to compete against it, which is a bit frustrating. Yeah. It's 2 metre Peter. Don't reckon that's got the journey.
Oh, Lawler. Oh. Lawler's done a string. Lawler's done a hamstring.
Oh, fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. That's the last thing you want is Lawler coming off like that. Oh, Trainer's just run straight into him. That's going to be holding the ball. No.
Nah, he actually just gave away a free kick for high contact. He wanted to fight. He threw Martin to ground.
Why? I don't understand why players do this. Like, what do you gain from it?
Damn Lawler.
Like I've said, we're a rebuilding inexperienced side. We are not in a position to give teams free possessions or free goals by giving away stupid free kicks. There's just nothing to gain. The boys need to find a way to settle or respond here. I just think we're out on our feet, to be honest. And now we're at another rotation down with Lawler gone. I know the Bombers have got their own worries. But that's a shit one to have go down. Oh. Hugo unlucky there. Actually punched the ball, but then the follow-through got him.
Yeah. Well, I'm Brody.
Campbell Gray still done all right, I reckon, tonight.
I think he's held his own, Campbell.
Doesn't mind flying for the ball, but like I like that when he flies for it, he's actually doing the percentage thing and spoiling it. Like he's not trying to take like big hangers over the top or anything like that. He's kicked another one. Oh, he's at the post. Jesus.
Yeah, we just got to hold on here, like that. Whoever posted, yeah, we just got to hold on and hold tight and just show a bit of resilience here. Just don't get blown away.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, Super, it looks like Lawler's got a hamstring issue.
Without Lynch, we can't go down the line. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, true. Oh, God. Campbell Graves in the hand of a trainer. We've just lost our shape, haven't we, when getting the ball on turnover. We're just kicking to nothing. That was a good kick out to Ross, but then we've got to actually show a bit of balls here and take the game on, but I don't think we've got the lease. Oh, Mansell's on the ground.
Yeah, well, hopefully Lawler's just got a twinge, and if it's 2 or 3 weeks, so be it, right?
Got to be daring whenever we get the ball.
Oh, well done. Well, Campbell Graves, right?
Fuzzy run.
Still got him screen there. He's okay.
Oh, there he is. Because, yeah, we went to switch it to him out the back line and he had his back to the play and was with the runner. I don't know what was going on there.
So there's no ice on his hamstring as of yet.
Is it the old awareness? Is that what they used to call it? Hamstring awareness?
Awareness would be nice. Then just don't take him on the plane next week. Just give him a week off. He probably do with a breather anyway. To be honest, Lawler's played, he's done his first ever pre-season. Oh, fuck me. Downfield. Come on, Tigers. Don't do this rabble shit.
But see, that's another one, right? I just saw it happen then. To me, that was instantaneous. That wasn't late. I reckon that's bullshit. Like, it's not like he kicked it and then 2 seconds later he got hit. He actually bumped him as he kicked it. I don't like that. I reckon that's really unfair.
Looks like Train's gone down back in defence.
Yeah.
That wasn't out in the full. He was out. That was actually...
Jeez.
Where is he when he kicks this? He's actually out of bounds and they've paid it out in the full. My God, this umpiring is just the worst.
He was well and truly over the line.
Oh, my God.
Oh, dear. Dear, oh, dear. Well, nearly ripped my headphones out then.
Lawler doesn't look happy, does he? On the bench.
No.
Did he not have hamstring problems when we drafted him?
I think he did have something during the year, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully he's okay.
But yeah, I mean,
Trainer's just got the heavy knock.
If you're trying to find positives or look at signs for, like you said, no ice is maybe a good sign. I don't know. Oh.
The Trainer's copped a heavy knock. It's in the ribs. Yeah, he's got the knock in the head there, Trainer.
Oh, I thought it was the ribs. Okay, so it's the bodies. Oh, it was the head.
So was it a ball up? We had the ball.
Well, they're trying to say that no one had possession of it, but pretty confident we did have possession.
Game's never been better.
Never better. Never better. Oh, the spoil of Loston just didn't get enough on that. Good kick. Almost hit Caleb Smith in the face then. Great kick. Mansell.
McCall can just had the shot here.
Oh, EJ's, man. Tell you what, you want to go back and kick it if you're taking your time there.
No, you know, I like the fact he's taking the responsibility.
It almost looked like he was not like nearly wrong-footed by the time he would have been on his running step.
Correct.
Oh, he's still going to be goalless as well.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Nick Vlosson's come off with an ankle as well.
Jesus, it's all happening.
He's taking the sock off too, the boot and the sock off.
Anyone else wanted to come off the ground?
No, they're retaping it, so Nick's okay. Well, look, the kids have been, we were expecting this result. We weren't expecting to win with the outs we had.
Yeah.
So we come in with a sub. If we can get it under 20 points, probably been a pretty credible effort, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly right. No worries, Brian. Thanks for dropping by, mate, all the way from Scotland. Appreciate you hanging around. Hopefully you have a good rest of the day and that it's, nice and sunny and enjoyable for you. So I appreciate you stopping by.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian.
Oh, he's pulled the kick man to the top of the square, but no one else wanted it.
Well, just no awareness from the forwards. Like, how is it we're all behind? He's pulling the kick forward and we're all behind the defenders.
Like you said, though, after the late change we had, that we didn't come into this game expecting to win, and I think we came in expecting to see a bit of a fade on the back of the 5-day break and all that kind of stuff. And it's probably in a lot of ways played out how we would have thought, but I guess it's just frustrating that early days we probably did have our chances to put a bit of score on the board and maybe keep ourselves in it for longer.
Yeah, okay, they're icing Lawler's hamstring now. Putting the ice on. So
okay.
I just can't see, because with a doctor, I can't tell you if it's high or low.
Yeah. Geez, Mason Redmond, 36 Supercoach points. He's done me dirty in my Supercoach draft. And like we said, it was always going to be, the struggle was always going to be kicking a big enough score. Like, I felt we would typically defend.
Oh, they've done it again. How have they had these blokes
Gresham
in space?
How do you leave the tallest player on the ground in so much space?
They've got us at the back how many times?
I'm not sure, Hawk Tim, who mentioned the I word. I'm hoping it wasn't me for once. But
yeah, but again, so our blokes get sucked up to the ball. So Broad's peeled
off
to the contest,
but he's put himself in a nothing position. I suppose he tried to impact that handball, but no one then went to cover.
Yeah.
And Wright just hung off the pack and got the easy handball over the top.
He sagged off. Yep.
And they had 3 on the other side as well, so maybe it was a bit trickier to cover. Just lacking a little bit of organisation down there currently.
This is the point where this is where you want to mix it up. This is where you want to mix it up in your midfield mix. If we're not going to win it, give someone some midfield minutes, yeah.
That's right. That's what I've always been about. Like, if the game's beyond doubt, chuck your Mansells and your Seth Campbells and whoever else in the midfield and actually see if they give us something a bit different than what we're used to seeing.
Just a little bit of inexperience there.
Bombers able to exit a little bit
Cool.
too easy now.
Yeah. McCall hasn't stopped trying.
No,
Like I
he
said,
hasn't.
McCall of Taranto, those boys. But like I said, McCall's getting, Jonty Fall's getting monstered a bit now
Yeah.
as the game goes
It's
on.
taken Mackay 3.5 quarters to come good, but he's gotten there.
Yeah.
The one thing with McAuliffe, which is pleasing, that was difficult to say, is there's obviously been a lot of question marks about his tank not being at AFL level. I think this is now 2 games that he's run it out pretty well, I reckon. So I think he's now getting himself to a stage where he's feeling that rhythm, continuity, and things like that at AFL level. And yeah, I've again enjoyed his game.
It looks like McIntosh is playing as a defensive winger, so he's sitting back. Oh, Merrick's going to have a shot here.
See, like McIntosh is on one leg as well too.
Gosh. We've dropped our, unfortunately, we're just dropping our heads a bit here.
Yeah, they've lost their way massively. Good vision from Merritt, to be fair. Yeah, Fall Armstrong and Sims, they are the future. Yeah, we're kind of like, we need Lynch to be around and on the park for another year or two just to fill in that gap. Like, I don't know whether it's worth going after an experienced forward. It would seem like, I think it would be hard to convince someone to come across to essentially play a year or two role, unless they were kind of on the end of their career and retiring, but then you might not be in any better position with what Lynch is doing anyway. I just don't think it's worth getting in a younger, sort of semi-experienced forward. So we might have to just suck it and see. But then, like we were saying earlier, we've still got McCulty Lafau to come back in soon. That might add a bit more of a different dynamic and hopefully help Tom Lynch out and help assist the development of these younger guys too.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam Banks has missed the spoil on 2 metre Peter. Yeah, Ray.
It was the effort by Brown, though. Brown just got, like I said, old mate just read the ball better than Brown.
Yeah. Yeah, Lafau's probably about 2 weeks away, I reckon, because he played a half last week. He'll either play a half again tomorrow or 3/4, and then he'll keep working up. Sort of similar to what Juddy Clark did, I guess.
Well, I think he played 3/4 on the weekend.
Was that his first or second game back? I can't remember.
No, it was his first game back, but I think he played 3/4 in the Goose. So, like I said, it's all conditioning. So hopefully him and Tyler can get through.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Samson and Ryan, touch wood, gets through
and you
this
want
week.
to see Juddy Clark put up another good effort tomorrow as well?
Yeah. Hopper had the handball on the inside there, and he's just made the wrong decision there.
Who's that about, Morgs? Is that about Lafau, about playing a full game tomorrow? That would be nice. Well, I don't want to promise that this will happen because 18-month-olds can be wildly unpredictable, but on the assumption that the child goes down to sleep when I would like him to, I'll try and do another live one tomorrow night for the VFL game. See Dion Prestia get out there and do his thing.
I think after my lads' team's going to get absolutely pumped tomorrow in the ones.
Oh, really?
I don't know if I'll be in an emotional state. Yeah, they're going to get done pretty hard by Woodside tomorrow, I'd suggest. A lot of people injured and unavailable, so it's going to be, as it was, they would have struggled with their best team on there. So, yeah, it's not going to be pretty tomorrow. It's going to be cold, wet, miserable.
It's meant to be rain a bit up there as well.
Yeah, it'll be a bit cold and wet and miserable, yeah. And we're playing on a semi-coastal, like in Woodside, sort of nearish to the coast. So, yeah, it'll be cold enough. Come on, boys. Let's get a score in this quarter. We haven't kicked a goal yet this quarter. We need to get something.
Sam Banks up to 585 metres gain, so he's passed my prediction. Oh, touch through. Geez, Merritt back to
having a fight. There's no point fighting now, boys. There's 3 minutes. Save your money.
Yeah, exactly right. Nothing to gain. No, not sure why. Yeah, Massimo, there will be a few force changes next week, unfortunately. I know we've got the VFL to play out
One's
tomorrow,
Lawler.
CB, but if you're obviously having to replace Lawler, who would you have suggested may come in for him?
We got Lawler and Dow, so you think if Trezise plays well, he might cover Dow. And if Lawler, we've got to keep in mind too, you'll get Lynch and Nankervis back, hopefully.
Yeah.
There's 2 ins.
So we still miss Bolter because it's in Sydney, isn't it, that game? So we'll miss him still.
So does Lawler come out, Lynch in?
Yeah, it could be. And then I suppose the other unknowns are McIntosh was limping severely early on. Miller was limping early on. Trainer's copped a few big knocks. So we don't know, if they're going to get up for the next week either. Sonzi here could be a show. Good call, DP. Elgar. Juddy Clark, depending on how he goes. Juddy Clark could get a look in.
I just, my gut tells me that they know what Sonzi offers. I just reckon things will be pretty dire. I reckon they're just not going to play him. I think they've stamped his papers. They'll go with other players, to be honest. And I'm not saying that. I'm not a Sonzi knocker because I think we've played him out of position his whole life.
We've not done him or us any favours with how we've played him.
Correct. Agreed. So I just don't see it. Unfortunately, Sonzi could rack up 1 million, and I just don't see it happening.
Yeah. Like we're
saying, Junior go.
You just know he's going to go somewhere else and do well. Yeah, Blight could be a chance. Talked him. Not a bad shout. I mean, not for Lawler, but just depending on how Miller goes, I guess. It's a shame for Brody as well, isn't it, CB? Being a skipper for the night, not being able to get the points.
Oh, I think so. Look, I reckon. Okay, so I reckon Miller will be right. I reckon the defensive 6 will be okay. I think so. Trezise for McIntosh, if McIntosh's ankle doesn't come up, that would be fair. Maybe Lynch for Lawler, but I can't think how tall. What's his name? GWS's defense is.
Yeah, I'd have to have a look at the stats with all the high stuff. Yeah, that's right. And then Dow could be out.
Yeah,
for Trezise, so he can come in.
Well, I'd have Trezise for Captain McIntosh, but Dow, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they'll call it. Here we go. Sit for him. Have a shot, son. Oh, Jonty, take the shot, son. Be brave. Ralph Smith on the end of the siren, bang, drills it. At least we got to score that quarter. We didn't go goals in any quarter.
Hugo. Slots one on the siren. Jeez. Yeah. What was the other change? Oh, what I was going to say is if nothing else, though, it now, I don't want to say puts pressure on the VFL boys for tomorrow, but it gives them extra incentive tomorrow, I suppose, knowing there's some positions up for grabs. Like some guys are going to want to perform to try and put their hand up to get into the side, I suppose.
But Lawler's not limping too bad.
Yeah, still shit to see him with the ice pack on, but that's the ball game, folks. 11-15-81 to 8-10-58. Unfortunately, we just faded in that last quarter. Look, personally, I think it's a combination of inexperience, 5-day break, sore body, some players going off, and we just couldn't keep up with them. But I think I'm not too disappointed about that part because I kind of thought it was going to happen. What I'm more, I guess, annoyed at was us not making the most of our chances earlier, CB. I thought we left a lot of goals on the table in the first and second quarter that could have put us in a much different position. The game could have panned out a little bit differently. And we maybe just didn't give ourselves the best chance possible to try and win or stay in that game.
I think the structure was always going to be the issue without Lynch and what we named in the forward line. So we knew we were going to struggle. But I mean, the one thing there, we thought the kids were going to give it away. They actually fought the game out again, which was a credit, which is great. We didn't get blown away like I was thinking it was looking like. So we've been done by under 4 goals with a really, 13, 14 players under 50 games against a team that, some people fancy at times. So happy with the performance. Happy with in a way, like happy with McAuliffe. I thought Ryan was serviceable. Taranto tried his nuts off. Hopper worked pretty hard on the inside. The defence held up pretty good. It was all our issues were all forward of the ball. We couldn't score.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we definitely, and we gave away a couple of goals that were very much just stupid and shit mistakes on our part that shouldn't really happen. And if you take them away, you might wipe 3 or 4 goals off, and then again, it's a different story. But we got sucked in certain stages. Sam Banks gave away one that he probably would love to take back. And Hugo got manhandled by a first gamer a couple of times, which I'm sure he would love to take back as well. So looking at the stat line, Sam Banks actually led the way for disposals for us with 29 touches. So that's 3 games in a row where he's had high 20s, which is good for him. It shows he's developing nicely. 8 marks, 2 tackles, 608 metres gained. So he eclipsed my prediction by, I think, 58. Nick Vlosten, second best, 24 disposals, 4 marks, 2 tackles. Taranto, 23. Hopper, 23. That's probably where we felt it the most, I reckon, CB. Taranto and Hopper. I know 23 is still an okay number, but when you sort of compare it to what Essendon were putting out with their midfielders, we just didn't get our hands on it enough at the source. And like we sort of saw with the stoppage numbers, we got slapped pretty comprehensively in there. We lost clearances in totality 45 to 23, which you'll never ever win a game of footy with that kind of differential. Centre clearances was actually quite close, 8 to 6, but stoppage around the ground, 37 to 17. That's just the biggest part of our game that we need to rectify ASAP.
Correct. Agreed. So, and like I said, I just think if we're going to get done, you're getting done by 4 goals, you're getting done by 8 goals. It doesn't really matter at this stage. You just rather put a couple of young blokes in the middle to see if they can do something, you know. So I don't know. I'm sad for Lawler. I'm hoping it's just, a 2-3 weeker. So we got the bye coming. When's the mid-season bye coming?
So we've got. Yeah, I'll have a look. We've got the GWS next week, I think it is.
Yep.
GWS, and then we've got Sydney at the G. Then we've got the bye. So round 14 is our bye.
So in reality, Lawler might only miss 2 games.
Yeah, possibly, depending on, I suppose, the severity of it all. Depending on what it is. Yeah. Sam, I reckon you bang out a line there, my friend, but you do you. 8 marks. We had 6 marks inside 50. And they had 8, so that's a little bit. Peter Wright getting a couple of those did not help. Tackles 54, so we're about 40 odd down on what we had last week, and the Bombers had 71. And again, so we talk about the tackles inside 50 at half time being on 2. Well, that's where it stayed for the rest of the game. So for me, that's a big one. That's a big one. So 15 tackles for Essendon inside 50 to Richmond's 2. I think you can lose a lot of games when we don't have that kind of frontal pressure. But like we were saying, CB, our forward structure was all at sea without Lynch down there. And I know Fall and Sims battled as hard as they could, but I still think this is where, in my mind, Jacob Blight might have been better up forward, because I just always felt deep down that Blight could have competed harder for longer, just being a bit more mature, a bit more experienced, a bit more of an aerial beast, and we could have flung him down the other end as well. I think we could have served well to put him in there.
Yeah, don't disagree. I just think three tools may not be ideal. I think we need to. Do you give Jonty a rest next week and go with Lynch and Sims, and a more smaller forward line around him, or do you persist with the 3 tools?
Well, how many games is that for Jonty now? Is that 4 or 5?
Probably 5.
Just tell me. Total game 6. I'm not sure if 6 includes tonight or if tonight makes 7. But yeah, you would think at some point in the near future a rest would be coming up, because it's tough, right? Like he's wrestling and competing against some really big guys and experienced players down there, and it's going to be exhausting for him. Given that he wasn't able to do a full preseason as well, we've got to remember, because of the back issues he came to the club with. So he's done really well so far, and he's definitely a player for the future. And And I think McKelty might just be 1 week shy. And maybe it's Jonty Ford plays one more week and then maybe McKelty comes in and has a crack.
Yeah, not sure. Not sure. I don't know if I don't know if we're a bit too top heavy in the forward line. I'm not sure. But like I said, smarter minds than me are trying to work that out at the selection committee. But just Lawler will hurt us because he's our number one score and involvement player. So
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. Hopefully, we get a clean bill of health tomorrow, and then and everyone plays okay, and then we'll see what happens.
Looking at the clearance numbers, like individually, I'm talking about now. Jacob Hopper had 9 clearances. Our next best, Samson Ryan with 3. That's the game right there for me. Taranto had 2, Caleb Smith 2, McIntosh 2, McAuliffe 2, Vlosten, Seth Campbell, and Tom Brown 1 each. So the fact your ruckman's got the second highest clearances on 3 only is a pretty big stat. And look, I didn't pay close enough attention to see if Taranto was tagged at all in the middle of the ground. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But to not be able to win the ball at the source like that is pretty tough going. So Sam Lawler, I know we're obviously a bit pissy about the hamstring issue. 2 kicks for 2 goals for Sam Lawler tonight. So it's not his best night disposal wise, but made the most of it when he had the ball.
Yeah. I mean, look, like I said, I'm just give him a breather, get him right, build him up, put him on a program for the next 3 weeks, and get him right for in 4 weeks' time. The kid's a Rolls Royce, so let's not trash him. But again, creates an opportunity for someone else now. So does Jasper Alga get an opportunity, or does Morris Pirelli Jr. now get an opportunity to get a couple of games into better spot down? I don't know.
Campbell Gray, 11 disposals, 6 marks. I thought he did more than enough to keep his spot for next week. I thought he had another really, really level-headed game.
The reality is Peter Wright got 2 junk time at the end.
Yeah.
Nate Caddy got 1 goal through just being in the right spot, right place. It was a bloody first game that they got 3 on us. That's the difference in the game right there. We lost by 22 points.
Yeah, exactly right. Not sure I'm comfortable with people in chat calling that effort pathetic, if I'm honest. If you take into consideration all the factors, I don't think you can label it that. I think that's being extraordinarily harsh and unnecessarily negative. Is
that a minority opinion or a majority?
Minority. I think you can be critical of certain things we did wrong in the game, but I don't think we should be questioning the effort given some of the reasoning around it. I think there needs to be a level of understanding when you head into a season like this, and what we did last week and coming into this week. If that was the norm, and you know what, I'd go as far as saying that I am more comfortable being in our position now and our future than what Essendon's future is based on that game. Like that, it took them 3.5 quarters and a few injuries and a few dinky out the back ones to actually get a lead on us in a game where they should have won by about 50 points if they were being serious.
We lost by 22 points with 13 sub 50 gamers. Our forward line had how many sub 10 gamers? Was it 4?
Yeah, we had 17 games between our 3 key forwards.
So, and Sam Law's on game number 9 as well.
Yes.
So to call the effort pathetic, what were their expectations coming into the game, and where did they think we were going to win it? With Lynch, Bolter, then Curvis out.
Too many names out.
I don't understand it. I just that's just ignorance and stupidity.
And Sam, really I don't mind people having opinions, but I think people need to also be put into check when they're being unrealistic, because all you're doing is making, not you per se, but people make themselves look a bit silly when they throw out pathetic and this, that, and the other. I think people need to have tempered and managed expectations, because we know what season we're in for. And we know that our future is looking a hell of a lot brighter than Essendon's on the back of that one.
But Michael's opinions have to be based in some form of reality. It can be an opinion, but it has to be based in some form of reality as well. You can't just dumb.
Enzo made a point that Taranto looked concussed.
My biggest disappointment tonight is the injuries to Lawler. I wasn't
Well, there
expecting us to
was
win with the outs we had.
and a
So
few other ones we picked up along the journey. Enzo made a point that he thought Timmy Taranto might have looked concussed. It's an interesting point, Enzo, because there was a few times that he looked a little bit lackadaisical, been going for the ball, and I don't know. It was a bit of a weird second half from Taranto. Would you say, CB? Is that a fair call? Like it wasn't
he got better as the second half went on, but
like
his
he got that
first
goal. Like, he
he
obviously
racked
had
up
those
six
two goals
touches.
that were pretty good, but there was just some
He racked up
moments.
6 touches really early in the third, and he was just missing target. Like normally around stoppage, he's really good, but he was just missing by a mile. Like it was just we said it in the game. It just something wasn't right. It was just crazy how much he's missing stuff by.
What did everyone make of Caleb Smith's game? His first game in it for a while as a full-time player. Obviously didn't get subbed off, which was nice for him too. But 19 disposals, 5 marks, 1 tackle. Probably had a game where I don't think you sit back and think, oh wow, he butchered it or he did this and did that. I thought he settled in okay, but what's the ceiling for him? What are our expectations of where we need him to get to?
Is he, if everyone's available, is he in your best 22?
You reckon he is? You reckon Caleb Smith is?
No.
He's not. He's not.
Yeah. I think there are a couple of other boys. I mean, I just think, like guys like Trezise Snap probably need to come back in. And yeah, it'd been an interesting week on the track because, like I said, Cappy hurt his ankle. Dow's done a quad. Lawler's done a hamstring. So there's 3 that we know of.
There's going to be some sore boys after that one as well. And when it starts to happen to the older guys, you wonder if there's that extra temptation to rest them, to err on the side of caution. Given that the year is not about making finals with where we're coming from, if a Nick Vlosten and a Camden McIntosh have had 2 bung ankles and it might take them a few days to recover, I know we've got the bye coming up, but with keeping one eye on post the bye in the back half of the season, do you give them a week or so off to try and get over it all and then charge them back up for the second part of the year?
Well, this is where probably the injury, the reoccurrence of the injury to Smiley is a bit unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they manage these ones. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a few changes that we maybe don't want, but I think they might err on the side of caution to maybe rest a couple of these older guys to get them right for the back half of the year. The 5-day break, Michelle, definitely hurt. It's kind of annoying from a spectacle perspective that for one of our marquee games for the year that we get that off a 5-day break. I know you can't get everything in life, and that's fair enough, but it would have been nice to have had a bit of a longer rest to get the guys up and about. But for 3 and a bit quarters, maybe we'll call it 3 flat. I think the last quarter we were pretty much cooked. But for 3 quarters, we were more than competitive and we blew a heap of chances. Some shots we should have kicked and we gave them some really easy goals, which was super annoying. And yeah, it's
that's the thing. So I don't know how you label the effort pathetic.
Yeah, it was just
when
they
exposed us on the outside a couple of times. They got 4 goals for exposed on the outside and just been right place, right time. And we generated a lot of opportunity. We just didn't, with the inexperience in that forward line, forward to centre, we just couldn't work it out. But that's this year and next year. We've got that. We've got that coming for another year. That type of decision making and mistakes. So,
and you know what? That's 2 weeks in a row now that we've been in a position where we could have won games or could have been closer to winning games in a year where we were potentially looking at 0 wins and we're already on 3 and almost could have jagged another 2 had we played our cards a bit better. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's obviously frustrating to lose and no one likes to lose, but when there's a bit more of understanding on the why, things still seem to look a bit brighter at our football club than maybe some others. And, again, it's another week of exposure to our youngsters. We saw Luke Trainer tonight play at another end of the ground, playing up forward. Obviously, we're trying to throw a few magnets around. He does look a bit cooked, doesn't he? And he copped that big knock as well late. I wouldn't be shocked if he misses next week or the week after on the back of a couple of big games and getting that knock as well. He'll be filthy. When
Jaden Short's right, he probably needs to come in for Trainer just to give Trainer a week off.
What did they say? He was 2 weeks away or something. Jaden Short.
He was 1 to 2.
1 to 2.
Jaden Short.
Okay. So that's not too bad. But I'm not sure trainer can get through another 2 weeks just with how demanding it's been. But like I said, good to see him add another string to his bow and play up forward. I think there's something in that. Not permanently, I'm not saying, but I didn't mind what he did up there, CB.
Yeah, no, I don't mind it, but he's a kid. So whether, it's funny then. So he might have answered that question. If Lawler's out, does trainer just play? If Shaw can come in, cover the back, does Short come in to cover Cappy? And then
Off a wing?
yeah, and then just trainer cover Lawler.
I wouldn't be against seeing Short tried on a wing, because I've said for a while now that I think he needs to reinvent himself in some way, shape, or form. And I think I'm keen to hear what the rest of the chat thinks. Good night, Cap. Thanks for dropping by, mate. But Sam Banks has put up 3 pretty solid performances in a row off half back. And there's obviously still deficiencies and things he's got to work on, no doubt about it. But I feel like he's offering us more offensive drive than what Jaden Short has this year. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
If Short comes back in, I think it would be detrimental if it was at Banks' expense at the way he's playing at the moment. I think that would send a poor message.
Yeah, agree. So look, there's some interesting decisions to be made. But like I said, the things we do know is definitely McIntosh is 50-50. Dow and Lawler will definitely be out.
Yeah.
So there's 2 changes straight away there. And you've got, like I said, Lynch and Nankervis to come in, hopefully, and then a couple around it. So he's hoping the reserves put in a good performance and see what happens.
Good night, Michelle. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you choosing us over Foxtel. Appreciate the love and support. The other force change will have CBs. Obviously, Samson Ryan will make way for Nanker. I know people are going to hate on Samson Ryan. That's their prerogative. I don't think he did a hell of a lot wrong. Obviously, Goldie had his moments, but Nanker...
Okay, so hear me. Do you give Sims a rest or fall and Samson Ryan plays forward ruck?
I don't know. I'm just not sold on Samson Ryan's forward craft is the only problem. Like, if we were going to play someone as the forward ruck, I'd actually almost rather play Blight as the forward ruck. I think he maybe offers more aerially than what Samson Ryan does. Just don't know if his forward craft's good enough.
But like I said, if it's good enough to give Sims someone a rest, do you risk it?
Well, what's Sims at now? Is that 3 games for Sims? 2 or 3? It'd be 3 games.
Sims is at 3.
So he's probably got another couple in him, I guess. It's just the waiting game, isn't it? Until these guys develop more physically and get that experience and catch up to where they've got to get to.
Yeah. But I'll put it out there. Maybe Samson Ryan isn't the automatic out that we think.
Maybe
we're talking kids looking tired, and he's actually fresh. He's actually had a couple of weeks off.
And I know he had a hand force, but Ryan coming off or playing without having played the last 3 weeks, maybe is he better for the run? And does he? You could be right. There could be some method in keeping him in if they want to give Sims a rest.
So could you go the other way? Because he take first ruck and then Curvis if he's a bit sore. He plays second forward and a bit of ruck.
Someone actually floated that during the week. Before it was kind of confirmed that Nank was the one that was out, there was people speculating that maybe Samson comes into ruck and then Curvis plays forward in Lynch's spot, which was an interesting idea. And like we had no doubt we had to try and be creative with that tonight, and it just didn't work. And I just think ultimately our forward line was far too inexperienced to pull off that type of result. But then, like I said earlier, to be fair, it took Essendon 3 quarters to break down a forward line consisting of 17 games between 3 key forwards. So I think that is still a very good tick for the guys who are out there. And obviously missing Sam Lawler, who bobbed up for 2 goals with 2 kicks, who was causing some concern, I guess, from a matchup standpoint. But would have liked to have seen him get some more midfield minutes, but understand that we're a bit hamstrung in that space.
Yeah, correct.
Stuart makes an interesting point. What about Hayes Brown? Does he get a look in? I think he did some good things last week. We'll see how he goes tomorrow, but
he's not playing ahead of Nankervis, Sims, or Samson Ryan.
You don't reckon he could be a swap for Ryan to give him a taste and see how he goes?
No. No, we're still trying to he can't kick.
I reckon he'll get a crack
He
later in
can't
the
kick.
year to give him a taste. I wouldn't be shocked if he sees a minute or two.
I'll bet you a block of chocolate, mate.
Hey,
that he does not.
another chocolate bet.
I'll bet you a block of chocolate he does not play a senior game this year ahead of Samson Ryan, Toby Nankervis, or Sims.
I won't be ahead of Nankervis, but Massimo makes a good point as well. Fawcett played backup ruck in the VFL last week. I did notice he had some hit-outs, which was interesting. And I had heard that was one of the first times he's actually played the ruck role. So he used to be, a bit of background information that I found out, that Fawcett in his younger years used to actually play as a midfielder and then had obviously a growth spurt, and here we are with where he is now. So I think the VFL, it's funny because you cop some knocks and some players who are going to be out hurt, but then all of a sudden the VFL becomes 10 times more interesting to see what players step up and take their opportunity, which is now a stacked side.
But this is why I reckon it's interesting with Smiley and his hamstring issues. He did an interview and he said he was actually he was like a flanker, and he had a monster growth spurt in a year.
Yes.
And I wonder if he's still technically growing into his body at 18 years of age.
I think so. I think he's just a little bit, he's almost oversized for the position. And like I sort of said, if you look at other players his size, they're all pretty much, bar maybe 2 players in the AFL, everyone else that height or higher is a key forward or a key defender. Like, could you imagine Josh Tracy trying to cover midfield minutes or midfield kilometres like Smiley's trying to? He'll get there. I've got no doubt he'll get there. It's just a fitness and a conditioning thing, and getting used to the rigours of AFL, VFL football with a body of his size is a bit of a unique prospect. It took Cripps a little while to work it out too, and look what he's become.
Correct. So, yeah, and he's got time on his side, so that's the one thing he's got. But, yeah, no, I just think, look, I don't reckon we need to reinvent the wheel here. I just think it's going to be, Lynch, Nankervis, probably Trezise will be 3 ins. I'd suggest maybe Short's ready. There's 4.
Yeah,
there could be sort of four-ish changes.
I wonder if the travel plays a part as well, because we play on the Saturday, so we have like a week's break, which is handy. But yeah, I'm with you. I reckon there could be 4 to 5 changes. I'm desperately hoping that Jasper Alger has a good one tomorrow night. Desperately hoping.
If Shorty's fit, like I said, I wouldn't be against trainer having a spell for Short, or like I said, Nankervis coming in for Paul or Sims and keep Samson right in. Just to have, Lynch comes in, just to have those big bodies there to protect the small blokes and have something to aim at. So maybe we can get the ball in a bit quicker rather than holding it up and waiting for something.
CV, well, you were telling everyone you're the biggest Richmond supporter here. You don't know who OHB is. Come on, man. Jeez. You've just lost some credibility there, I reckon. Our young forwards are doing well. They notoriously take years to develop. That's exactly right. They only got 10 games in them. It's so frustrating. Like, you want to be able to fast forward the clock to 2027 CB, I reckon. Like, I genuinely think that next year will be a bit of a year of pains and growth pains as well, because like we know, that golden games mark is like 60 to 70 games. So it's going to take a couple of years to get there. The problem will be if Lynch either retires or doesn't get on the park as much as we need him to between now and the end of 2026. I think from 2027 onwards, we can maybe cope better without Lynch or a bigger key forward, but I know it's your concern and a lot of people's concerns.
Yeah, but then keep in mind too, by 2027, you're looking at, well, in reality, if Lawler keeps going, I know he's going to miss a few now, Lawler will be close to 50 by 2027. He'll be north of 30 games. You look at guys like Banks, Trezise, all those blokes, hopefully they're north of 40, 50 games. So all of a sudden, a lot of players sort of slip into that bracket where they really start to hit their straps at 2027, 2028. Yeah. So that's why we've just got, that's why we say we've got 2 years of pain and inconsistent performances and nearlies and almost theirs, and
exactly.
It's just a fact of life.
It's just going to be a bit of a roller coaster, folks. Dave's had a good question. Dion Prestia, does he come in? Now, I'm not sure if he's suggesting next week.
No.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but let's say I think he's playing, 2.5, 3/4 tomorrow, whatever it might be. How many VFL games would you want to see for Dion Prestia before you would contemplate a role in the ones?
Doesn't even come back. It doesn't come back till the bye, after the bye.
So you reckon give him I don't disagree with that. I reckon 2 or 3 weeks at the VFL, primarily to make sure his body will hold up to the rigours of a level of football. And then I'm assuming that the VFL bye doesn't coincide with our bye. I don't know that for a fact. I'm hoping, because we've had so many VFL byes already. So hopefully that doesn't happen in that sense. And yeah, we can get him 3 or 4 games and he can get through that. So let's hypothetically say he does get through 3 or 4 VFL games. If he was to come back in, what does that look like? And what does that mean for some younger players? And are we okay with that?
I'd have him as a sub. He'd be the ideal sub. 40 minutes to go. Bodies are tired. Game opens up. He'd rack up a bit of pill. I reckon in 40 minutes of footy, he could rack up 15 touches, and he'd probably hit 90% of his targets. I just don't think he's got the body that can get through 2 hours of footy anymore. And I think, given his last 2 years, it's sort of proving more to be the case than not.
I think what will be interesting as well when he does, because I'm assuming he's going to play some senior footy at some point, to see maybe what type of leadership and coaching he can offer on field as well will be interesting too, because that's obviously something he's taken a bit of a keen interest in, and it's something the club can see him developing in. But yeah, my concern is, and I don't think we've seen this blend a lot, but the eye and the pub test for me suggest that a midfield mix of Prestia, Hopper, Taranto won't work from a speed front. We already get burnt on the outside at clearances and stoppages, and I don't know if that's going to help it. Like, Dion might win his fair share of clearances, but it's when we don't win them and how well the opposition can get their way out of it that's probably hurting us a little bit.
Correct. But it was slow enough as it is in the midfield, mate. We don't need a 32-year-old bloke to come in there. He's not adding pace, is he? So no, it can't happen.
Stuart's giving some love to Kane McAuliffe. Says, in more positive news, McAuliffe is seriously building. Loves that he's been able to run out games better and better, and he's been given more exposure. Underrated, shining light this year. Good call, Stuart. Good call. We highlighted exactly that.
As soon as he was able. We've wanted him in as soon as he was able to get in. So there's no complaints here. We rate the kid.
I'm
we love him.
So glad that he hasn't been played as sub like he was last year as well. His VFL form 100% said that he had to be on the ground, and he obviously played a lot of low minutes in his first game in. But yeah, really, really good to see him running out games. And I think if we can keep him in the midfield for the rest of the year, I think that's going to serve him very, very well.
Ordinarily, if you're watching a test match, if someone's 1 for 95, they're motoring all right. The only problem is they've still about 490 runs to go.
Jesus. 1 for 95, that's not bad going, really. 1 for 95.
Mate, we're only in day. We've just had lunch. We're into the session after lunch, and it's only day 2.
Jesus.
It's insane.
Morgs has just put in the chat that Taranto just said in a post-match interview that Lawler's hammy not that bad. It should only be a few weeks. So to your point, CB, with the bye coming up, he'll miss, let's call it the next 2, then the bye, and then hopefully with any amount of luck be back for the first game after the bye. Would be,
you know what,
ideal.
He's had his first ever pre-season. It probably won't be the worst thing to freshen him up. And like I said, I think if Jaden Short's ready, I think give Trainer a spell. I think Trainer could do with a week off. Don't put him on the plane. Let his body recover, because the kid has been he's been wonderful. But all of a sudden, if you look at his performance the last 2 weeks, his numbers, they've just dropped off a bit, haven't they, from where he was?
A little bit. I still like what he's done, but you can definitely tell that they'll need a rest at some stage. Kano, thanks for stopping by, mate. Appreciate your love. Stuart as well, no problems. We're glad to put on the stream. Happy days. Thanks for stopping by. This is what it's all about, being able to vent, share ideas and your thoughts and feelings and all the rest of it. It's
the only thing I'll ask before everyone signs off, what have you, for Monday night's show is, I mean, were people really disappointed with tonight's performance? I mean, I would think I was just happy we didn't get blown away. We actually fought back a bit. I'm actually, like I said, the only disappointment I've got is Lawler's injury. I wasn't with what we had out. I think for us to fight out the game we are with the kids we had, I think they probably get a pass mark just based on the experience we had.
Yeah,
To be honest,
yeah. If Nank and Lynch play, like obviously we can't include Bolter in that conversation because of different reasons. But if Nank and Lynch had played, I probably would have had more of an expectation that we should have won, just
correct.
given the experience shift around the different parts, the important parts of the ground. But without them there, I think we probably did as well as we could, given all things considered. But yeah, same as you, I'm kind of bummed about the Lawler bit, and even Dow. Like the kids had a pretty good run of form the last few weeks, and then cops that. Like I'm not sure the extent of what his knock was, but yeah, hopefully he's not. Hopefully he's not too bad.
Agreed.
Stuart reckon or wants to know is more of a question. I wonder if Bolter coming back has impacted Trainer a little bit. Do you mean in a positive or negative way, Stuart? What do you reckon? I think Bolter coming back helps everyone out, I think, in a lot of ways. It just takes the stress off them, which hurts for games like tonight.
I just think Train's just he plays a very physical game and he's learning. Like look, from all accounts, like our training sessions, as you highlighted earlier, they're very intense and they're pretty physical. So the kids are learning what it's all about. They're trying to pump some serious education into these boys. And I just think there's a few tired bodies out there already. We're nearly halfway through the season. And we always sort of possibly expected this. So the only consolation we may have is, ironically, with the knee injuries returning and all that, we might actually have some fresh players to cover them in the back half of the year with Juddy Clark, Smiley, Alga. Even if there's an injury to our back line, you've got Tyler Young to come back. Lafau could cover it forward. So Gibcus got time on. So the irony being, we might have fresh bodies to hit that last third of the year to keep us competitive, as opposed to these young blokes who are getting tired. We're expecting to go the whole 22.
It's really interesting because I've thought about this a little bit as well, and you're right. I mean, traditionally, teams that rebuild like we are will naturally fall away dramatically towards the end of the year because everyone's cooked and the young kids just can't keep doing it, which is completely fine and makes sense. But with all of the guys coming back from rehab from last year into this year, we're actually going to start picking up more players as we get deeper into the season and have more people to pick from. Obviously, there's other things that might happen along the journey that offset that. But I'm kind of hopeful that we'll have some fresh faces come in the second part of the season that might rejuvenate and give a bit of a second wind to some players. Like Taj Houghton, we'll hopefully see playing some sort of footy in 4, 5, 6 weeks maybe. Harry Armstrong is still a good, he'll probably come back in the last handful of games as well, and by that stage, you got Jonty Fall and Sims might be well and truly cooked by then from playing a fair amount of games. So I think we're going to see some more opportunities given to players in the back half of the year. Juddy Clark could make an appearance soon as well. There's plenty to look forward to, which is good.
100%. So no, like I said, we're just week by week and just go from there. Now we're just looking here. We've got umpires reviewed. I think the ball carried to first slip. So I'll see what's happened here.
Alga, let us thank you, Alga. That's a good shout. A few people have asked on the back of Lawler and Dow probably missing. I know we think Sonzi's papers might be stamped, but does it open a door for him to play if he puts up another good performance tomorrow night?
I think he deserves a shot, but you got to play him where he's making. You got to play him where he's getting the ball. I mean, he racks up 40 touches in the midfield. We go, oh yeah, play on a flank. We're getting murdered. We're getting murdered out of the middle.
Yes.
So what is the hesitancy in going? What the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. So if we've got blokes racking up the ball on the ball in the reserves, well, wouldn't it make sense to put him in the middle?
I know. I don't quite fully understand it either. Mr. Faff has maybe flagged Alga for Lawler because Lawler's been playing at half forward. I can understand that logic. Probably depends on Alga's game tomorrow, I'm guessing, as well, but I don't mind it. But
Morris Rioli Jr. started as a sub today. So what are the odds? Lawler goes out, he comes in and plays a full game of footy next week.
Well, we tend to... What do? We go maximum 2 games as sub for players before we make a call of them either playing a full game in AFL or VFL, don't we?
Yeah, that's why I think like Rioli comes in And then, yeah, don't know. But yeah, I might call it quits too, lads. I might
No worries,
go to
CB.
bed.
I appreciate you jumping on tonight, mate. Thank you for your presence. Yeah, if you're free and wanting to do the VFL one tomorrow, let us know. I'll probably be up and doing it, but otherwise, enjoy the local
Just shoot
footy
me a
tomorrow.
text. Shoot me a text. Oh, Jesus Christ, mate! If we can keep it under 120 points, and my son's playing as another sized fullback, mind you, so he's in for an absolute bear. He's played on ex-AFL footballers. He's had some serious. He's got some seriously good players the last few weeks, and he's given away kilos, bit of height. The one thing he can do is jump and run, and he can punch. He's like Campbell Gray. He's like a poor man's Campbell Gray, mate. Just punches, goes from there. That's all he does. So, no, she's going to be an ugly day tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see what mental state I'm in by then, because I might be on the bench giving him a hand tomorrow, doing a few things. That's what happens.
Very good. No worries. Well, good luck tomorrow. Hopefully it all goes well. Thanks for jumping on again tonight. Appreciate it, mate.
Thank you, and I appreciate the audience tuning in. And a lot of fun. We should do more of this. It's actually nice just to talk footy and watch the game with friends.
Yep,
it's good.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, CB. Love your work.
All right, signing off.
Catch you, buddy.
See you guys.
All right, Morgs, what about Bauer? I'll do a few more questions. If you've got questions, fire them through. We'll do a few more Q&A, and then I'll finish up as well. But on Bauer, I'm just not digging his attitude at the moment. He's had a bit of a stinky attitude in the last few weeks, I reckon. I don't know. Like, I think he'll be okay when someone like Lynch is next to him, but I mean, Lynch does come back. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have a funny feeling that Bauer might explore other opportunities. I just have this weird vibe that he may. I think he got a bit disheartened that players like Fall, Sims, Armstrong were getting games ahead of him when he's been there for a couple of years longer. That's just my interpretation. I could be well off the mark there. I'm just not sure how hard he's wanting to fight for his spot back, if that makes sense. Just seems like he's more prepared to try and take Mark of the Year. See you, Dr. Evil. Good call, Heaps. The VFL tomorrow, Massimo, should be... It might be on Channel 7, mate, I think. But if you can't find it there, if you go to the AFL website tomorrow when the game starts, it should come up with like the VFL in the match center. Click on that and you'll find the Richmond game and click on Watch Now. And it should you should be able to watch it live on the AFL app, whether it's on your phone or on the computer, whatever device you're using. So that's going to be the best way to do it. Looking through for other questions now. Two should easily win. It is a good team on paper, Paul. You bang on, mate. It's a very, very good team on paper. Morris did some okay things in the last quarter, but yeah, it's a real interesting one. Like, I really like him when he's up around the contest. I think he offers more there than he does as a small forward. Playing as a small forward, I don't think he'll make it as a small forward. He hasn't got the goal sense, hasn't got the ability to get himself into the game. He needs to be where the action is. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the full answer is. I want to see more of it. I want to see him in the midfield, but I also understand and acknowledge that he might not be up to it yet. But you see what he did in the last quarter in the VFL last week, and that's what I'm kind of wanting to see at AFL level. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. Campbell Gray, mainstay in the side. I think so, Black Crow. I think Campbell Gray had another really, really good game tonight. I love that he flies for the footy, but spoils it and spoils with authority. Like, he doesn't half-ass it. Took some nice marks. He probably missed one he could have taken early in the game that cost a goal, but shit happens. It's a learning thing. For me, he keeps his spot. Miller went down a bit ginger, so he may miss potentially. And look, I would have been happy either way, whether we went Campbell Gray or Blight. I actually thought we should have put both in, but Campbell Gray sneakily could be a really, really handy player for the future. What does everyone else think of Campbell Gray? Like, he's like unassuming in some ways, isn't he? Like, he's not doing all the flashy things. He's just almost like a workman-like player like Dave Asprey, if that makes sense. I really like him. I don't care if he doesn't get it 15, 20 times. It's not his job. I just want him to kill the contest and win his one-on-ones, which he seems to do. So I think it's not bad. Rogue, you don't believe they're using Rowley correctly. I tend to agree, mate. I tend to agree. What else was there? Do I think we should have retired Dion Presti to go into the mid-season draft? I don't. I think a player of Presti's caliber, what he's given to the club, how long he's been there for, I think it deserves to be on his terms. And if he still thinks and the club still think that he can offer something in the way of on-field football stuff, then I think we are within our rights to back them in to make that call. Will he go on next year? It probably seems less likely than likely, but he obviously still thinks that he has something to give. And how that looks, I'm not too sure. But my return question is, though, do you think that, say we did have a pick in the mid-season draft, and let's say Razzo nominated, I don't know whether he would still get a game ahead of some of the players we're playing. Because realistically, he's competing against Steely Green, maybe on par with him, maybe he might in that one. Ryan Mansley's not getting past. Seth Campbell's not getting past. So my concern if we were to pick Razzo in currently would be he'd still be playing VFL just as an AFL listed player. McCarthy, on the other hand, is probably more of a need, but then you've got Sam Banks who stepped up to that role to play the halfback and doing really, really well. So I don't know. I'm so torn whether we would even have a genuine pick for need, even if we were in the draft. A lot of love for Gray in the chat, which is nice. Super Ferns, Gray should stay in. Rogue, Gray will be a workhorse, not a star. I think that's a fair call, and there's nothing wrong with that either, is there? Mr. Faf, Gray's a jet. Black Crow seems like he belongs. Good head on his shoulders. I think that's the important part, Black Crow, that he doesn't seem phased. Like, he's composed, and I guess he's being a bit more of a mature age player. You probably tend to expect that a bit more. But yeah, he shows some really good level-headedness. I like him. Hoops, does Silly Green need a break? I think he does. I've thought he's needed a break for the last couple of weeks, to be honest. And I even thought he might have been subbed tonight, potentially. And I could see him maybe going into that role and then maybe missing. But look, it's no secret I've been a Jasper Alga fanboy for a little while. And I think that we'll see sooner rather than later that Alga will take Steely Green's spot for the temporary time and see how he goes. I just think he needs a bit of a spell. Just to find some form, I think. I don't know. Just to get the confidence back up. Mr. Faffy, disagree about the Prestia one. We did give back with his injury care. And look, I can see arguments for both for both sides. I'm just not a fan of pushing players like that into retirement. Yeah, especially if they in the club think they can offer football. But undoubtedly, we'll be here in 8 months' time or 12 months' time talking about McCarthy doing some nice things for West Coast. There's nothing more certain, I reckon. So on that part, I do agree. Hiswar, Tom Brown, excellent. He had an okay night. Defended, did some nice defensive things, took some nice kicks off in the corridor, which was good. He's definitely progressing the defensive side of his game. I suppose they all faded a bit in the last quarter, didn't they? Which wasn't good. But who gets cut at the end of the year other than Kalina? Massimo, funny you mentioned that. I won't name my 6 players, but EJ sent us all a message asking what 6 players will be gone at the end of the year, because I think 6 is what the minimum requirement is for list changes, because I think we're intending on doing a video on it. So I don't know what the other guys have picked, but yeah, I think I named 5 with a semi amount of confidence, and the 6th I'm still not sure on. But we'll wait and see where that video ends up when we end up doing it. But it's a really good talking point and a really good question. Hit that like. Yes, definitely hit that like button, Hoops. I appreciate that. Make sure get around the channel, like and subscribe for more, as the age-old saying goes. Stuart Wilson, this is a good question. Will Sims develop into a number 1 ruck, or will he be more of a forward first? I actually had this exact same discussion with EJ the other week. Now, EJ, for a little bit of background and context, EJ is out in the areas where Tom Sims grew up and played, so he's kind of a bit more across his background and in the know in that sense, and he believes that Sims could develop into our number 1 ruck to take over from Nank. And EJ's words were, we drafted him as a ruck forward, not a forward ruck. And then we were discussing it further, and we like his aggression. He's not afraid to get into the contest. He's got good nimbleness and ability and speed, agility, and speed. I kind of likened him to a Tim English. I'm not at all suggesting he's going to play at the level of Tim English, but just play a type, if that makes sense. And then EJ said he thought the same thing, that he plays like Tim English, but with mongrel, like he actually has a go. And I think that's a really solid comparison. Obviously, he needs a bit of time for his body to fill out and to grow into his frame and things like that. But I do think that Sims could be the number one ruck for us in a couple of years, yeah. And, well, I mean, Nank's only about the same size, Rogue, so I don't think that part of it is an issue. So it definitely could happen on that front. What then becomes an interesting thing to consider is draft-wise this year, if you had access to get Duff Titler, do you run the gauntlet and do that and then try and project 5 years into the future and have a Sims Duff Titler forward ruck combination where they can alternate between the two? Is that a tantalizing prospect? It's I don't mind the idea of it. So Stuart, just for clarification on your question, you asked because if Sims doesn't become a number one ruck, then we need to go on the hunt for someone in the next 2 or 3 years. Yeah, I think that's a fair call. And similar to the Lynch situation, I guess Nank's getting to the later part of his career and ruckman notoriously take longer to develop. And if we're assuming that Samson Ryan's not going to cut it as the number one ruck, then there's a bit of a gap between when Nank might retire to when we need a ruckman to fill the void. Obviously, we've got Hayes Brown developing. May or may not happen. We won't know for a while. Kalina is probably not going to happen. I think you'll find, though, a possible solution could be just a state league ruck to get us through a year. Someone, we've got like a Naismith, for example. There could be someone like that in an AFL team's reserve that might be able to be picked up for a year or two to get through. So if Sims doesn't come on, or if that gap is just too big between Nank retiring and the next ruck. So I think that's what we probably end up doing. One of my 6, Black Crow. I won't go safe. Clean is probably an obvious one, so I think Jacob Bauer will be traded. I think he will ask for opportunities elsewhere. I just have this awful feeling he's a bit shitty at not being ahead of the other forwards that we've tried so far. So that's one of my 6. Give Tom Campbell a go would be his 15th club. Morgs, if we get the number one pick, they're saying Cooper Duff Tytler is standout number one pick, who is a forward ruck. Or do you go midfield? It's a good question, Morgs. And I know history will suggest you shouldn't use a number one pick on a ruckman. I know Matthew Cruiser was one. I'm not sure how many others there have been off the top of my head. But my thing is with Duff Tytler, if we think he's a unicorn, so what I mean by that is, I don't really need this, do I? Because the game's not on. What I mean by a unicorn is if he's someone like a ruckman that's so mobile, so energetic that he's just too hard of a matchup and too hard to pass up on, then having a Sims Duff Tytler combination could be pretty good to have and something we should look at. But if we don't feel that about Duff Tytler, then I think you have to go the best midfielder. But then Cal Toomey puts out an article today or yesterday sort of giving his views about the draft not being that deep, not as strong as last year. So then it raises the question, does it validate the possibility of trading those 2 picks or one of those 2 picks to try and get the Harley Reid or the Zach Butters or someone like that? I think Butters is going to Bulldogs, but yeah, does knowing that the draft is a little bit weaker change people's minds on what we should do with those picks? I think it's a really interesting discussion point as well. What else have we got here? Keep all the questions coming through. I'm happy to turn this into a bit of a Q&A. Widescreen, I tend to agree with you there, mate. Rucks are the easiest players to get via trade free agency. When we need, we'll get them. I agree. You sort of look at even what Port did with Soldo. I know they probably missed the mark a little bit because Jordan Sweet come in, but you can kind of easily identify a team's second ruck, even like we did when we got Nank initially, and get him across relatively cheap. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that's a very, very good call. Smiley in the ruck, super fans. Gee, we need him on the park first. Let's get that part right. But I get where you're coming from. He's still growing. I'm starting to feel like he's taller than 195. I might be wrong. I just feel like he's a big unit. Who do I currently rate as our number one player, Black Crow? It's a really good question. There's a couple of players that come to mind. It depends on what angle we're looking at. But in different parts of the ground. So Lynch for our forward setup, I think, is vital, which we saw tonight. And Nankervis for our centre bounce stuff is equally as important. But yeah, I don't know if I can pick just one. And even Noah Bolter, like I know I've just named the three guys who didn't play, but Noah Bolter, his ability to then free up other players to do their job, like those guys are so vital to our structure and experience to let the other young kids do their thing. Who does everyone else think the most important player in our side is? Like, is it midfielders? Is it Nank? Is it Lynch? Yeah, you could kind of raffle it, couldn't you? But it's the Bulldogs. Oh, you've heard Hawks? Maybe. I just thought I heard somewhere that the Bulldogs were the front runners for Butters for a while. If they do get him, I agree with you, Mr. Faf. The Bulldogs already have a pretty good list in midfield. If they can get a Butters, they're going to be scarily good. Widescreen, CDT's a first ruck, not a first forward. Darcy, so sort of similar to Sam Darcy, you would take a pick one. Yeah, it's a tough pick. It's a tough pick. And Morgs, you're right, we do have quite a few tools already. I mean, you've got to remember, we've got Tyler Young, who's just come back. Well, obviously his first game this weekend. Josh Smiley is going to come back in, who's 195 centimetres. Josh Gibcus is still going to come back in later in the year. But kind of spoiled for choice a little bit once all these guys get back on the park. And I still think that Gibcus might play forward when he comes back in. If our defence is unchanged as it is right now, I think to get him into the side, I reckon he'll play forward. That's my left field thought. And we've got Fawcett as well. It's yeah, and you're right. Not all of them will make it potentially, but it's good to have the numbers there ready to go. Oh, Black Crow. I was all over Ed Richards for so long. It would have been a good 4 or 5 months ago, I reckon, when I made a video about free agent target. He would be my number one target because at that point he hadn't re-signed with the Bulldogs. I just thought that his speed at stoppage for both as an inside mid or a half back was something we desperately need. And from what I heard, we had shown interest, but just obviously not at a high enough level. And he's now recommitted to the Bulldogs. And I think he's ranked one of the best midfielders in the AFL statistically, or by the rankings or whatever. Now I was a big Ed Richards fan. I'm spewing we didn't get him. Seth Campbell, best player on X Factor this year. Yeah, I think that's a fair call, GM. I think Seth Campbell had a bit of a down game tonight, didn't he? But that's going to happen with young players. They're going to show inconsistencies. It's just part and parcel. But on the whole, I think he's had a pretty good year and showing some good signs. Lafau, yep, he's going to be huge for us as well up forward. I'm super excited to see how Lafau goes next to Tom Lynch. We obviously saw Lafau last year play as the main forward, which, look, he probably wasn't expecting to have to do, but credit to him for doing it. He did an okay job at it. It was a bit of a shitful year all around, I guess. But, yeah, getting Lafau next to Lynch, I think we'll see Lafau be able to have a big impact on the contest. And then the other domino effect to that. So Lynch takes the best defender. Lafau will take the second best defender. And then whoever's playing out of Fall, Sims, Armstrong, whoever it might be as the third forward, then all of a sudden gets the third best defender. And maybe they get a chance to get off the leash a little bit and impact games more. So it's just actually one of those really good domino effects that can impact other players along the line, which I'm excited for. Mr. Faf, Reed will be a gun, but he won't solve our speed issue. He won't, but he might solve our winning a clearance issue. It's one of those catch-22s, because you're right. You're right. But, yeah, it's going to be... Look, if we're in the hunt, we're in the hunt. It's one of those in Blair we trust. Nathaniel... I feel like Mansell has not been playing good footy and only got a game because of the jumper. I want sweeping changes next game. No, I don't know. Maybe in the last couple of weeks he hasn't played as well as he has been. I think if you look at his year in totality, it's been okay. It's been good. I do agree that he's been giving away some free kicks he shouldn't have. I was pretty critical of him giving away the downfield free kicks last week. Upon reflecting a little bit, and even there was one tonight, it wasn't him that gave it away, but there was one tonight where the connection to the player kicking the ball, it was almost simultaneous. So I think they were maybe a little bit hard done by. But I do agree that I'd rather see Mansell channel his energy more into winning the ball or hitting a contest hard or laying a big meaningful tackle rather than the scuffles off the ball. I just don't really get why players do that. And even Trainer giving away that free kick on Nick Martin, I don't understand what there was to gain from him slinging him to the ground. Like, you don't appear any tougher. You don't do yourself any favors. You don't do the team any favors. What have you gained from it? So stupid things like that do annoy me because, like I said, we're not in a position to hand opposition teams 50 meters or goals. It just kills us. It kills momentum. So it's a good call there. JPEG Sims, Steely and Smith must be dropped next week. Steely, I think, is due for arrest. Sims, I don't mind persevering with. I think we need to get games into him, but I think one of he and Fall might get arrested at some stage soon. And Smith didn't do much wrong. I'm not sure I'd drop him, to be honest. I don't think he did anything that warrants dropping. It would just be for matchup purposes, I guess. If we can't get Harley Reid, who else would we target? If you're Blair Hartley. I mean, if Reid's out of the question because he says, no, I don't want to come to you guys, you would have to ask Butters the question, right? Even though we probably all think it won't happen, you would have to still ask. Other than that, I truthfully don't know. I really don't know. Like, I'm really torn on giving up the picks or holding on to them. It's a doozy. If it's two top 5 picks and we're not hit by the compromise factor of all your father son's academies and shit like that, then you're probably almost better taking the picks in some way, shape, or form. Here's why I'm so keen for Taj screams X Factor. I agree. And I'm not trying to put any unnecessary pressure on Taj Houghton given the kid's not played a single game yet. But every time I watch his highlights and watch him train and do game simulation stuff and things like that, all I can see is Shane Edwards, a taller Shane Edwards who can maybe do a bit more around the ground. And I know that's a really big comparison. And I'm not saying he's going to get to Shane Edwards' level. I would love it if he could. But if he develops how I think he will, I agree. He will add a whole new dynamic to our midfield. And I can't wait for it. And you even see Uze's press conferences when he speaks about him. And even Uze doesn't think he'll be in the VFL for long. He reckons he'll make that quick of an impact that he'll be straight in the ones, which I'm really excited about. JPEG, they must have been resting Lawler tonight. Did he even play any midfield time? He did have a couple of centre bounces. I think what you'll find, Jay, what happened was because of Tom Lynch being out, we had to find another taller player to play down forward for matchup reasons, because otherwise, if we had gone another small down there, they would have had too big of a height advantage. So I think purely from a matchup perspective, that's why he played more minutes forward. He did play midfield later in the game and then obviously had the hamstring issue. But I think this was strictly to do with balance in the forward line and trying to make sure to negate any height advantage that they might have had. I think it was purely structural reasons that he played down there. Because he's 189 centimeters, so he actually had a good matchup on one of their players. He was actually exploiting it, so it was actually working for us, to be fair. BRXD, we need to be better. Entries into forward 50. We're not creative enough. Most definitely. It's it's great having Lynch down there when he plays, but bombing it on top of his head just doesn't work. And tonight, you're right, we had to get more creative and lower our eyes, shift the ball around. We did it for a little bit. Sam Lawler took some nice marks on lead. That last quarter, we lost all oomph, creativity, whatever you want to call it. So that was a bit unfortunate. But I think we'll see that'll come with more experience. One thing I noticed tonight, and CB picked it up on the call, is we were actually, earlier in the game, in the second and third quarter, when we were in the contest, we were actually, as a team, taking on more of those 45-degree kicks into the middle, which opens up the ground. If that becomes more habit and we can start doing that more often, I think we'll see more leading lanes open up in the forward line and more creative ways to enter forward 50. But you're right, we do have to get a lot better at it. David Rose, see you tomorrow night, mate. Appreciate your love and support as always. Thank you. Black Crow, pray for me. I'll be at the Giants game. Oh, Godspeed. That's, yes, not going to be nice. Justin Time, unfortunately on a destination club. I actually partially disagree. And I know that might seem a little bit crazy. But now hear me out. I think if you're a player looking at a club, sometimes it's not always about the win-loss column. If you objectively were looking at the bottom four sides this year, you would almost be tempted to say that we were looking the most promising in terms of the future. And maybe this comes from a biased perspective, but I would be happier to be on Richmond's list knowing what's coming than I would on West Coast, than I would on North Melbourne's, than I would on even Essendon's. So I think if you were smart enough and able to look a bit further into the future than just the immediate, we're not that bad of a proposition if you're the right age player for the club. And that's why Harley Reid for me is the right age to do that. For an older player, I agree. We're probably not that appealing for an older player rounding out their career or trying to make a move. It probably doesn't make sense yet. But for younger players wanting to move around, I think we're showing enough. We're being competitive most weeks. We're not rolling over. We're having a crack. We're showing some good positive steps. And I think that really plays a part if you're talking about young players looking to make a move, which there aren't many of, to be fair. But I don't think I don't think we should be as shut off as what people may think in terms of being a viable option for players. It just comes down to the age profile of the player wanting to come across, though. It's kind of what all it comes down to. Jai, welcome. Is trainer okay? He did cop a head knock. We actually thought it was the ribs watching it live, but it turns out on replay and whatnot, it was the ribs. He played out the rest of the game for what it's worth. He'll be one that's going to be very sore next week and may be in for a rest soon. He's looking a bit tired anyway, which is completely understandable being his first year of senior football. But geez, I love how he plays. You know, we saw tonight he's able to go forward, have an impact there as well. And like I mentioned in the live show, that he has been playing. He did play forward in his junior career a little bit. He's played forward, wing, and defence, so it's not uncommon for him. But I think he's just showed he's got a few more strings to his bow, which I think is really impressive for a young kid. Do we go after Allen from West Coast? CB says yes, Hoops. He would love to go after Allen for West Coast just to fill the void from when Lynch retires to when our young forwards are going to hit their straps. I don't know whether Allen... So that's probably one of those players in that age bracket that probably doesn't fit coming to us, if that makes sense. We need an answer, though. And either McKelty has to be the answer and cover while Lynch is retired if and when that happens, or we have to find someone else somewhere that's willing to come and play for us, which is probably an older player wanting a paycheck or a VFL player. It's going to be a real tricky one to manage, not going to lie. It is difficult. Yeah, Black Crow. I said the same thing about Sam Lawler's first goal. I actually said that even though we want to avoid the dusty comparisons, geez, it looked dusty like the strength to push the guy off and take the mark and convert. It was good to watch. And I mean, he only had 2 disposals and kicked 2 goals. And obviously we're not going to see him for a few weeks now, which is really disappointing. Richmond looks better than Port right now. Yeah, possibly. Stuart Wilson's Lawler out muscling a seasoned key position defender like Laverde brought a tear to the eye. I like it. G'day, Andrew. You heard his hamstring. Morgs put in the chat before that Tim Taranto in an interview post-game said it wasn't too bad and should only miss a couple of weeks. We've got the bye in round 14, so he'll probably miss the 2 games coming up, which I think is GWS and Sydney. And then the bye, obviously, is another week off. So I'm guessing early stages he might be back. The first game after the bye would be my uneducated guess. Yeah, Justin, the ruck. Look, yeah, the ruck is the concern. But as someone else pointed out earlier, it's also probably the easiest position to fill by trade. Like, you can usually pick someone up when you need to. So I'm guessing we'll probably have that up our sleeve as well in some way. Cadman from the Giants. I know we've been really hot on Cadman for a little while now. He's probably another one, though, that I'm not sure whether he fits the profile anymore. Because you've got to think, if we were to bring Aaron Cadman across, he's only, 21, 22, maybe younger. That if you're bringing him across, to be your full forward for the next 8 to 10 years. But then we've also got Harry Armstrong, Jonty Fall, Tom Sims, and Liam Fawcett. And I know people will say that not everyone will make it, and that's fair and reasonable to assume. But I just don't know if the age balance works with Cadman. I don't know. Again, it'll be one of those, in Blair we trust. If he thinks Cadman is the right fit for us long term and it will work, I would happily back him in and happily have him. I'm just not sure. Not sure. Warple from the Hawks might be looking for a new home if they get Butters. Could be someone to fill a gap. Bolter or Massimo, don't open the can of worms there. Bolter can go forward. He can. I think Josh Gibcus will though. I think Bolter looks. I've been really supportive of Bolter playing forward for a lot of years. But I think the more you watch him play, the more he seems more at home in defence. And I think him being in defence helps unleash other players too. I think, yeah, it's a powerful impact he has down there. So I would be trying Josh Gibcus down there, would be what I would do. Might not be popular, but Armstrong will make it, Enzo. I bloody hope so. Bloody hope so. Anyway, we're almost nearing 4 hours now. I'm sure everyone's sick of me. Is there any information you can share about the Blight situation? I actually thought he played pretty well in the VFL last week, to be honest, Justin. He took, I think he had 20-odd disposals, took a heap of marks. I thought he was a genuine chance to come in this week. I'm not unhappy that Campbell Gray played. I thought he did fine, and I'm really happy for him. But I don't think he's fallen out of favour. I don't think he has. I just think maybe the club's trying to identify what role he can play when the spot becomes available. Yeah, it's a good question. What will be interesting is how he goes tomorrow, because Miller may be in doubt for next week. He was a bit ginger. Vlosten could be in doubt for next week. So spots could become available. And yeah, I don't think he was doing too much wrong, to be fair. Yeah, I thought he did as well, Joe. I thought he played well too, granted that none of us could really watch it because it was a time clash, but stat-wise and the bits and pieces I did see, I thought he was solid. So, top 5 Tigers of all time. Jeez. Whenever I do these types of questions, I really like to only base off plays that I've seen. Like, it would be easy to say, Jack Dyer and Francis Burke and Tom Roach and players like that, but I never saw them play. So even though I know historically they were good players, I don't think it's fair enough for me to say that in my top 5. So don't all get up in arms if I don't say a Kevin Bartlett or whatever. I'm simply not putting those older guys in there because I did not see them play. So that's how I'll preface my answer. Top 5, I won't say in any particular order because that's going to be too difficult, but Richo would be 1. Dusty would be 1. Oh, Matty Knights would be 1. Trying to think, do I spread the love and go like Ruckman and stuff as well? Koch would have to be 1. It's hard because I'm going pretty modern, aren't I? Even so, like Jack Rewalt would be another one I'd have in there, but like Shane Edwards could easily be in there too. Wayne Campbell could have been in there. Joel Bowden would be another one could be in there too. That's a tough question. It's a very, very tough question. If we don't have Loston next week, oh dear, I know he's had a good season, hasn't he, Justin? It's a good call. We beat Sydney last year with Bolter Ford next to Lynch and Lafau. Yeah, it's interesting with Sydney. They've kind of fallen away a bit, haven't they? It's a bit of a strange year for them. I thought they were going to be smoking teams, but not sure what's happened to them. Who else have people got? Rogue's gone. Morris, Rioli, KB, Hart, Richo, Martin, Paul Lee, Richo, Dusty, Rance. Oh, the Rance, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. Knights, Lids, good call. Morgs, Delidio, Chris Newman. Yeah, it's a tough question. I like it. It's a tough one. Actually, just while we were talking about past players, my mate at work, he gave me a really good video idea that we'll try and execute. I'm just having to think my way through how this will work. But I want to get, whether it's me, CB, EJ, Grok, Tiggs, whoever, like a combination of either all 4 or 3 of us or 2, whatever it is, and do a draft of Richmond players to build our best Richmond team in a mock draft, essentially. So you can pick any Richmond player from any era to build your team, but you've got to make sure it's position relevant. I thought that'd be really interesting to do, but I'm just trying to work out how that would look and how it would play out, and making sure it's not, it doesn't go on for too long, essentially. Hoops has gone Dusty, Lids, Trent, Rance, and Grimes. Yeah, Grimes deserves some love. I think that's a good shout. Black Crow was at Richo's last game against Sydney when he tore his hammy. I was crying and the Sydney fans made fun of me. That's a bit of a dick move, making fun. Jesus, what would you do that for? That's a bit shit. Lou has gone Roach, Waitman, Burke, Clay, Jess. I mean, like I said, I know I didn't watch them play, but you can't argue with that, can you? Like, if you're doing a complete overall, it's a pretty good 5, Lou. It's a very good 5. Massimo Cogs. Yeah, I loved Cogs. He was very good. Yeah, he was very nice. Here's where Hope Scouting are doing everything they can to convince Cody Walker to pick us. So, on Cody Walker, I know I get flamed for showing signs of hope that he might not pick Carlton. But from what I've heard, and I'm only going to say what I've heard, I'm not making it up, I'm not trying to create false hope. All I'm saying is the club, as of a few weeks ago, the club don't think that race is over as much as what external people think. So the club's been doing a power of work with Cody Walker and nurturing him and talking to him and making him feel good about himself and all that kind of shit. And I know there's obviously really strong father-son links with Andrew Walker. And I know he said that he loves Carlton, whatever. But I'm just going to be like, you know what? It's not over until he officially picks the Blues. And I'm glad to hear the club hasn't given up. And it may not happen. I'm not at all saying it will happen, but I just like that the club still think they're a live chance. It would be unbelievably funny if he picked us, because whilst there is the father-son connection, at some point the question needs to come into their mind: is Carlton the right fit for him? And maybe they are. Maybe he gets more opportunities with us earlier. Maybe that's more enticing. Maybe he's got relationships with other players that we've got coming through already that's more enticing. I don't know. But whilst I acknowledge it's a long shot, I still think there's a little bit of life in it But Rogue, I heard the same thing. So that's why I'm still a little bit bullish. And that at some point, yeah, it's what's best for Cody comes into play as well. I don't know. Like I said, might not happen, but yeah. Paul Lee, Drager Sevic. We should get Drager back on the show, actually. We'll have to get him back on at some stage, Drager. Anyway, I think that's going to be a wrap for me. I can feel my throat going. And like I said, tomorrow night, assuming I can get the youngest child to sleep at 7 o'clock, which is maybe a bit earlier than he would usually go to sleep, so I might struggle. But I will try and get on for a live tomorrow night for the VFL. If it's not at the start of the game because the time doesn't work with the kids going to sleep, it'll be maybe 1:45 or at halftime. But one way or another, keep an eye out on YouTube and it'll come up. And we'll have a chat about the VFL and see how they're going as well, which would be good fun to do, because there's a bit more on the line for the VFL tomorrow now, given there's some spots available. But I want to say a massive thank you to all of you for tuning in tonight. I know it can be tricky to watch the game while listening to us talk, because sometimes it's hard to sync up, and I understand it's really tricky and can be frustrating. But I appreciate everyone's love and support. I appreciate all the likes and the follows. Helena, I appreciate the $15, the donation as well earlier. Very much appreciated. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. CB, I know he's not here now, but thanks again, mate, for jumping on. Love talking with you all and answering all the questions. It's always good to talk footy. And we'll go again tomorrow night, so keep an eye out for it. And unlucky tonight with a loss, but you still got to be proud of the effort. Young Cubs still showing some stuff, and we are onwards and upwards next week. So have a good night, everybody. Thank you again, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Go Tigers.